Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Satan and fucking coffee, which tonight should be called Satan and beer because I'm not drinking coffee at 6 o'clock at night. Otherwise, I'm never going to sleep because I'm just at that fucking age. So welcome to the inaugural and potentially only nocturnal version of Satan and coffee. So before we pull in the guest here, those that are piling in know that we're doing this because we have, in my opinion, a very special guest, somebody that is probably going to talk circles around me all night, which is perfectly fine. He's like, no, not at all.
That I'm trying not to be that way anymore. I'm enlightened now. No, go ahead.
So I've been looking forward to this conversation for the last couple of weeks. So hopefully the scene works because I didn't check the scene before we did this. Oh, it works. There it is.
You go. You got smoke. Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. Yeah. Some of you guys know me.
So we have with us D.H. Thorne. I keep wanting to call you Throne. I don't know why.
Everybody does that lately. I don't know.
I fucked up. I fucked up on the original design and I wrote Throne instead of Thorne. And I was like, I sent it to you. I was like, shit, I fucked that up. I had to go fix it again.
It's all cool, man.
So we got D.H. Thorne with us, and so a little background on how I stumbled across DH's stuff. So we follow each other on Facebook. And for those that know who I am, know that I make no apologies for being, for lack of a better term, it's just a term that I pulled out of my ass because it's just easier to explain shit, is I'm a conservative Satanist. And however you want to take that that's on you. And so
I think a lot of Satanists are, in point of fact. I genuinely do on social issues. They're libertarian conservatives, generally speaking. Mm-hmm. Not classic like Christian moralist conservatives. They're conservative in a different way. And that's a very healthy, honestly, I think it's probably the best zeitgeist you could belong to in most respects. The conservative libertarian doesn't say you have to think this. They just say this is what I think is right. And here's the limits of society, what I'm going to agree that you're allowed to do. It's not, you're not trying to force people to think a certain way. You're actually trying to uphold the golden rule, do unto others. And there's no higher philosophy, to be brutally honest with you. There's no more pure understanding of social behavior is do unto others. And it's mystically true as well. Some people won't like to hear that because they want the edgelord answer to things. They want that because they've been sold a bill of goods. They don't actually know. They haven't really gone down into the root of that philosophy and understood it. So
100%.
Yeah. So I have to say, like, when you ask me, I don't usually accept many invitations, especially these days, because I've sort of taken a break from public life. There's been a lot of changes in my life, a lot of changes in what I teach, practice, and do. So it wasn't really it didn't really fit what I was doing anymore. And so it's kind of like you have this audience, on a good day that can be quite large, who sees you as this I don't know, goth Jedi, left-hand path Luciferian type of guy. And some of that's still appropriate. Obviously I still love the dark side. I still love the macabre. I still love all of that stuff. But when it comes to spirituality, I sort of finished the left-hand path working in its usual form in Western practice. I played with the demons. I did all that. I got to the root of my shadow to a great degree. And I revealed a lot of the reasons for my behavior. And if you have a reason for a behavior, you're not really free. To be truly free and authentic, you have to do away with the programming of society and egoic expectations and things like that, and just flow, right, from your true nature. So to do that, I had to say, look, I've been acting like a pussy. Like, this is kind of what started it for me. I was acting too much like a pussy in life. I was letting too many things push me around. I said, you know, when you were younger and you were practicing black magic and spooky shit and heavy metal and all that, nobody pushed you around. You know, you just stood up for yourself. You were too much. And I was like, you know what? Let's do that again. Let's play with that again. There's nothing wrong with it if done with self-control and respect. So I did. And it wasn't performative. It was literally like, I'm the kind of person that every once in a while I have some sort of a phase change and I behave a little differently, or I'm into different things. And I might be that way for 5-10 years, but I'm well aware that that's what I do. You know, it's always been like that. This month, not this month, but this year I'm a martial artist. Next year I'm a magician. Next year. So I do that, you know, and that's kind of what led me. What's that?
Do you have ADHD?
I've never been formally diagnosed, but I've self-diagnosed pretty accurately, I think. And I've used AI to help, which I know isn't really the right way to do it, but I've used AI to like look through the symptoms, what I do. And it's like, yeah, this has been my whole life. My entire life I've been treated.
I asked you because it sounds like me. It sounds like me. Like I'm the same fucking way.
Very common. Yeah, it's a common, legitimate. A lot of people think they have ADHD, but they're really just stressed or anxious. They don't actually have it. You know you have it. There's some certain tells. Like when I was a little kid, they did diagnose me with whatever they called it in the Gen X era. I guess hyperactive or something like that, and learning disability. Even though I have 140 IQ, you know, they said I had a learning disability, which always broke my head because they tested me to try to figure out what was going on. I didn't do well in class because I just didn't. I was self-taught. Most of the time I teach myself. So like when I went to kindergarten, I was already like reading dinosaur textbooks, you know, like 5-6 years older than the ones I would normally be reading. And I go in there, they're all still learning how to spell red. And, you know, I already know how to write, you know, complete sentences and everything. So it was a little frustrating growing up because especially back then, people didn't know what it was. So they'd be hostile to you. They would practically abuse you, like mentally, emotionally. They would tell you like, you know, you're an unmotivated genius. What's wrong with you? Just put in the work, just write it on a thing and you'll remember. It's like, it's not that simple, man. I'm missing that pathway in my head. It doesn't work like it does for you.
Same.
I have to be afraid and stressed out in order for me to stay on program. But if it's something that I am engineering, something that's coming from my source, you can't stop me. And I will go literally days without sleep till I'm done working on whatever it is. It doesn't, you know, and that's hard to teach around because it's hard to say, I need you to learn algebra this year. And you're like, no, I want to learn. I passed that. I'm on quantum physics. Can we do that? You know, so I couldn't pass the classes because I couldn't do the homework. There's no way after freaking 8 hours I'm going to come home and do over what I already did that day.
Yeah.
So I'd fail school. So there's a lot of little signs that.
Well, it's the same. It's the same. Completely get it. It's the same reason I dropped out of university. Like I went in for graphic design, but then like halfway through the fucking thing, I realized like they're teaching me shit that I already know. And like I'm light years ahead of everybody else in it because I've already been fucking around with the programs and watching trends and mimicking trends and learning how to do the shit that everybody else is doing when everybody else is like, well, you know, what about this era and what about that era? It's like I'm already there, man. I'm like 10 years ahead of you already. And so like about halfway through, I was like, you know what, dude, like I'm done. Like I can't fucking do this anymore.
And what hit me, because I went a similar route. I didn't go to school for it. I barely passed high school, never went to college, couldn't stand any of that shit. I saw the mental conditioning programming in school and saw no difference in college, maybe worse because they made it look like it was your idea. But you know, I was going to do the graphics thing. I was a web designer in the early 2000s, late 90s. And, you know, I was all self-taught. So I'd go into, back then that was okay because it was a new industry. Nobody was like, do you have credentials yet? They're just like, show me your portfolio.
Yep.
And boom, I'd get the job pretty much right off the bat. So that was cool. But then once it came down to do the grind of it, it got to the point where I couldn't be creative anymore because doing things for other people wasn't inspiring me. Right. So like, especially some people, it's boring as fuck. And some people just have terrible ideas and you don't want to do them.
Yeah.
So you're in that space, and that's why I dropped out of doing graphic arts. Now it's like a hobby I still pick up from time to time. But yeah, so it's having ADHD is
it's a gift and a curse.
Society. It's a gift and a curse. You can't fit into society, but you can very easily navigate your way around it.
Yep.
And that's actually worse, because then you don't have to change, because you can figure out ways to just step around the problem. But yeah, having ADHD is a blessing if you have, I guess, certain versions of it. If you have the right version of it, you hyperfocus, and you can trust your hyperfocus to be what you really want to do. So you're not like miserable, stuck, obsessed with something. You're following your bliss, which is kind of what, all spirituality is kind of teaching you on some level.
Yeah. The problem though, dude, is like, the thing is my bliss changes every 15 fucking minutes. So it's like,
sure. But that's your bliss then. Your bliss is constant change, constant growth, constant, look, I'm never bored, like, really, because I'm either in my own headspace reasoning, or I'm quiet inside and just experiencing, or I'm learning constantly. There's almost not a day that goes by that I'm not deep diving something, whether it be conspiracy theories, metaphysics, history, whatever it is that's interesting in that moment. As an author, like when I write my novels that will eventually come out, hopefully, there's a lot of research you have to do to get your facts straight when you're setting it in certain recognizable settings, or when you want the science or the situation to make sense. You have to make sure it's like, not crazy talk. So you have to do research for all kinds of weird stuff. It's almost like those stories of the mystery author who's never been a cop, never, solved a real mystery in their life, but then they get dropped into a real life mystery and they figure it out. It's kind of like that. You end up being a good armchair expert at a lot of stuff.
Yep. No, I mean, I was, so I've been diagnosed with severe combined presenting ADHD, which basically means there's two primary types of ADHD. Fuck if I can remember exactly what they're called. But there's two different types.
Of one of them.
Exactly. So the problem is most of the time, I suffer from the non-blessing parts of both. Right. So usually, like, if you present with one, you're able to kind of excel in certain areas. Right. Me, I can't. Dude, I'm so broke I can't pay attention, man. Like, I mean, it's just like that's that. Right. That's where I'm at, like.
I got that when we were talking in our little chat. I was like, oh God, I'm losing him. Oh God, here it is. He's paying attention, but he's like also thinking about, like, I don't know. I don't know what song's playing.
What I need to make for dinner. Like, I need to make screens for the windows in the house. Like, no, like, and the thing is
anymore.
Well, that initial conversation, I mean, it was great. It reminded me a lot of, so there's a friend of mine that I told you about that I did a QAnon logo for him for a hat.
Yep.
He was like a second father, or third father technically, because I've got my biological father, which walked out when I was fucking 6, boom, gone, whatever. And then my stepdad, which beat the shit out of me. So that was always fun. And then, you got this guy, Tommy. And when he reached out to me to do the front end of an app for like fucking garages that do like auto repair.
Yep.
And so when I first saw his name, I thought it was a made up fucking name. I thought it was somebody fucking joshing me, because his name was Tommy Grundy. I'm like, who the fuck is named Grundy, right? Like
Solomon Grundy, why not?
Yeah, exactly, right? And so I'm like, what? That's some fairy tale shit right there. And I mean, dude was hardcore conservative, QAnon. He was Christian, all of that stuff. But that man had insight on shit that, like, I mean, like, you would ask him a question and he would have an answer to it, just like, it's the simplest fucking thing, but it blew your fucking mind. Like, that he understood it. And that guy, that motherfucker could sell fucking snow to an Eskimo. There's something about, like, the way his sales ability, like, he had been working in the same company since the 80s. And Like they offered him so many positions, like almost like vice president level positions. He's like, no, I'm gonna stay in sales. Like it's like, bro, really? But he was like,
Just where his happiness was. Yeah.
Like when you talk about good people at sales, like I would ask him to sell me something, and he really would. Like I'd be like, yes, I need to buy that. Like
I get some pushback from my friend. I don't, but I do, because like if you can ask any of my real life friends, like if I'm into something, I'll sell you on it, and I usually get you to want to try it. But I don't like sales because I don't like when I'm doing it in that context, I'm like, I think you're going to really like it. It's a totally different mindset. But when it's like, I need to make money by making you buy this, I feel dishonest. So I don't like to do it. That's one of the things with me. I don't know where it comes from or why, but I've always had an allergy to lies, probably because I read people so well and I can usually tell when they're lying. I can usually tell what they're feeling. I don't like being gaslit. So as a reader, honesty is necessary because you have to be self-honest to do it well. So I can't stand lies because they're usually ineffective against people who know their shit. And it's not helpful to anything. It's, so I don't like lies. I don't like lying. I don't like being deceptive. I don't mind exaggerating for fun, telling stories. Like, obviously that's different. But when it comes to something important, especially like spirituality, lying to me is like the worst thing you can do. Like, hey, buddy, you got to get down, pal. My dog wants me. You can't have me right now, buddy. Go sit down. Go. Hold on. Let me.
I'd say lift him up, but he looks pretty big.
He is kind of big. Yeah. He's a Boston. He's not too big. He's just heavy. Come on, buddy. Get out. There you go. He might want a cookie, honey. That might be his problem. So yeah, I mean, let's start maybe talking about the topics that you had in mind or whatever, and we'll move into that. I mean, I'm not really excited to talk about what I used to do because that's not really something I do anymore. I will, of course, to give people context, but I'm not really here to talk about my old practice so much as what you want to talk about, like what the audience wants to talk about. But you had mentioned that you wanted to talk, well, about the future of the occult and things to do with sociopolitics, stuff like that. That's a good topic, but maybe the audience has something in mind they would want to know, who would want to ask either of us. I'll just play along as your sidekick.
Well, I mean, to start out, because like I said, it's the first time that you've been on. Would you still consider yourself a practicing occultist?
No, not in the usual sense. Absolutely not. To me, an occultist is someone who is looking in the forbidden places behind the curtain. You're like Toto in The Wizard of Oz. That's what you really are. You're looking for the hidden truths. So an occultist is not someone who is just playing with black candles and worshiping whatever dark image of the divine that they want. They are someone who is literally saying, it's worse than like being a journalist who's just trying to get the scoop. You are, because it's like your life depends on it, you want to know what they don't want you to know. And that's literally the definition of a cult is hidden. So you're literally looking at mystery schools or conspiracy theories or mysticism or spirituality, religion, and you're trying to find what they're hiding in it. That's to me the better definition of occultism, because occultism gets a bad rap because it's been portrayed as this, I'm going to work with these forbidden grimoires and that is a part of it, of course, because it's a forbidden knowledge, but that is not the occult. The occult is saying, the occult is the hidden. And when we're talking about the hidden, I don't just mean like a criminal, like hiding his crimes. I'm talking about the veil of the world, society, all of it. You're actually trying to, let me put it like this. I'm sure you're familiar with Shiva. In the same way that Shiva opens his third eye and destroys the illusion, a true occultist is doing the same thing. In fact, if you understand the symbolism of Shiva, if you understand many of the occult symbols, a lot of things have to do with Saturn, right? And Saturn, Shiva, all this kind of stuff. You're kind of penetrating the hidden when you're doing that. You're penetrating, you're revealing, you're a revealer. So to me, that's what a real occultist is. So that's not to say you can't call yourself an occultist, whatever you do. That's just my definition.
So let's switch. Let's switch gears a little bit. It's similar topic, but let's switch gears a little bit, because I think one of the things that's important in any discussion are the semantics.
Correct.
Right.
Defining your terms.
Exactly. Defining terms inside of a discussion. One of the things that I found difficult following you in our private discussion, it was all wildly interesting, like made me want to dig and, look into shit and stuff like that. But my problem is what I think what half of the population's problem is going to be is I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, I get like the basis.
It's too much.
I like the base level, right? But as you start to build into it, it's like, whoa, hold on a second. Like, I mean, you need to, and I'd like to consider myself a rather intelligent individual. But I have to admit, like, it kind of got into areas where I'm just like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, I mean, so when we talk about semantics, I think one of the important things, and this is going to get into the discussion that you kind of like, you brought up that you said you think is kind of important to discuss. And I do think it's important to discuss. And the part that I'm excited about talking with you about live is, so you mentioned the occult. And we know that the occult means uncovering the hidden, or just the hidden, right?
And the context of your question, let me just interject. The context of your question, I read it as the more colloquial use of the term occult. So when I say the future of the occult, I'm more referring to that, not what I consider the occult, but go on.
Yeah. So one of the problems that happens in a lot of discussions when we talk about the occult, or like when I talk about the occult on the show, is this incessant necessity to try to make something accessible to everybody. That so nobody feels left behind. It's almost like the whole No Child Left Behind Act, which just fucked up schools beyond all recognition.
Yep.
And it irritates the shit out of me. This idea that we have to cater terminology to make sure that it doesn't allow for anyone to feel like they don't have access to it yet. Like not never, yet. Right? Like they don't need to earn their spot. They can just drop in at any fucking point that they want, and they are.
Yep. It's equity versus equality. It's Marxist bullshit. It's the same old dynamic playing out that they tricked people with in other countries. The thing is, they perfected the psyop. They perfected the lie, and they did that generationally in this country. What's his name? I can't think of his name all of a sudden, but there was this Russian KGB agent that came over in the 80s, and he did some interviews that are famous if you look them up. I can't remember his name. Maybe somebody in the comments, maybe Be Great, or some other people like my friends that I know are in the chat maybe remember who he is. But it was, I think the name of the lecture was something like political subversion. It's about subversion ultimately. And he was describing how Russia, the Soviets at the time, had developed or understood this way of undermining countries and taking them over longer time spans. So instead of going at them with a war, because you can't win the war, it's ultimately an asymmetric tactic. It actually goes back to every country has a version of this. The Shinobi did it. There's so many different cultures that have used similar methods. But you change a society at the fundamental level gradually, like the frog boiling in the water metaphor, which is not true, but it's a good analogy. You turn the heat up on the boiling frog slowly enough, they don't jump out, and you eventually kill them. That's the idea. So you make little changes to a society. You undermine what used to keep it stable. And the most effective way to do that is to attack the things that are objectively wrong about that society, like racism, bigotry, blah, blah, blah. So you go after those things and you champion the good guys. You build up credibility. You make people happier. You're improving with progress society. You're moving away from intolerance and different things. Over time, you start to overreach your original goal, because it's never enough. The machine needs to be fed. Like, it doesn't just turn off when the war is over. It needs to continue being fed. So now you move it, you push the boundary a little further, and you say, well, we're not just asking for equal rights for everybody. Now we want reparations. Now we want things, we want justice that's retroactive to things that people never even had anything to do with. And you just keep pushing this, pushing it until it's no longer about equality, but dominion. And at that point, you have most of the society. I mean, the education system's a great example. It's never been great, but the education system at least used to make effective workers.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's designed to make effective slaves and people who are dependent. It's a completely different concept. They don't teach you how to think. They teach you what to think, and they don't teach you what to think in a way that's useful. They literally bombard you with crap you're never going to use. They overwhelm you with it. Then they say, go get a job. But they don't tell you the facts of life. They don't tell you how to balance your checkbook, really. I mean, I know they got a class for it if you're in high school, but that's not really, they don't tell you civics, really. You might get 1/2 a year of that if you're lucky. When I was growing up, they don't tell you how anything works. So you end up with a civilization full of people that are only fit to be consumers, that get consumed by the overarching system. That's not even a conspiracy theory. That's plain as day. Anybody with any kind of understanding of how, civilizations work and philosophy and any of that, they can see that intuitively, even if they haven't had it exposed to them. You clearly see, to some degree, even if you don't frame it that way, you clearly say, this isn't right. That alone tells you that they've been doing this on purpose, because this is not an accident, because it benefits no one except the power elite, who want to keep everybody in that position.
I'll be completely honest. I considered myself a leftist all the way up to 2016.
Really? Okay.
So
did you mean liberal or did you mean socialist communist?
No. Socialism, communism, always thought that was bad. But then again, so did the left at that point, or prior to that point.
Fair.
And
they were soft socialists. They wanted the Great New Deal type of socialism, not
exactly. And so, but what happened for me, as because I'm an older millennial, what happened for me during 2016 or leading up to 2016 became something very obvious to me that was against everything that I believed in. And when people used to ask me, hey, Atius, like, what are your politics? Like, I really don't have politics because I really don't give a shit. But at the end of the day,
let me just interject. Politics is not anything important. Politics is literally just Coke, Pepsi bullshit all day long. That's why I say I don't do politics. I do reality, but go on.
And so what I would say is, like I say, if you want the most political thing that I could say is the Constitution. I'm a constitutionalist. I think that the Constitution is the single most important document that exists in the fucking United States, and it should be the single most important document that every single fucking American should know by heart and follow and live by.
Damn good idea of what it means. Yep.
The
first 10, by the way, not all the other ones necessarily, because there's reasons to object, not to maybe the spirit of some of what people think they mean, but what they actually do. That's the issue.
And that used to be the extent of it. What made me completely flip over. I don't even want to say flip over, because when people ask me about politics now, I'm just like, I'm politically homeless. Like, I don't identify Republican. I don't identify Democrat. And I don't say that to be safe. I just say that because everybody's a fucking idiot.
You're in the homeless tribe. You're still in a tribe. You're just in a homeless tribe. Now, I know what you mean. And that's because the mainstream politics are designed to be astroturfed nonsense. So people do not personally arrive at either of those polarities by way of internal reflection, metacognition, thinking about the issue, philosophizing. It's always about which news television program do you prefer? And that's often built into you based on your family. I grew up a Republican. Almost, most of my life I was Republican. Because my mother was Christian conservative. So as a child, that's what I believed in, was that kind of non-philosophy. Then under Bush, because everybody fucking with 2 brain cells is like, this guy's fucked. I
Yep.
voted for him thinking like, I don't want that other bastard to win. And I ended up with this bastard instead, then 9/11. And then I started to realize that was probably not what it looked like on television, and everything went lopsided from there.
Now, see, and here's the thing with 9/11. 9/11 is a touchy one with me because I had a uncle of mine that was a volunteer firefighter when 9/11 happened that didn't make it out when the towers came down.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So the thing is, but I was still one of those people sitting there saying, dude, this doesn't make any fucking sense, man.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't make any fucking sense.
You know, was hurt. Like, that's how they get you, is with emotion-based reasoning. They will make you avert your eyes and decide not to believe the truth because it's too painful or scary, or it goes against what emotionally validates you. And that happened to me too, because after, 9/11, I was all gung-ho to glass the Middle East. I said, fuck them all. Like, I don't care. I'm not ashamed to say it because I was only 20 or whatever. So it's like, yeah, let's just fucking nuke the whole fucking place. I'm done. Not because I hated Islam or Muslims or Arabs or anything. It was just fuck the whole region if that's where they're coming from. Then, like I said, over time, I started to recognize I was being manipulated. And it took a long time, to be brutally honest. It wasn't until about 2009 that I fully realized, wait a minute, this whole civilization's fucked. I get it. I'm starting to see what's wrong. And then from there, I just kept doing what I do. And by the time 2016 happened, I was initially hoping for Rand Paul because I was still stuck in that mentality that the libertarians were the only independents, or even non-libertarian, but other people I thought were independent. They're not, by the way. So I was a big Ron Paul guy and a Rand Paul guy, and they were talking the philosophy that I agreed with. It made the most sense to me. Not that it was perfect, because the way I saw it, society wasn't ready for true libertarian, like anarcho libertarianism, for example, ANCAPs. We're not ready for that, just like we're not ready as a society to necessarily be post-scarcity tomorrow. We're not ready for that. Humans they're just not ready for whatever reason, whether you think it's organic or imposed on us. So I was willing to bend, because an intelligent person they're willing to understand nuance and hold two ideas. And so I hated Trump initially because I saw him as the what I call the cabal, or what most people call New World Order or Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, the hidden hand, we'll say. I thought he was their ringer. I thought he was the guy who was going to take a dive and let Hillary win. So I figured, because he's so embarrassed, he talks like such a blowhard. I wasn't thinking strategically or psychologically, but then he started calling out things and parts of our system of society, like censorship and big tech and stuff like that. And he was doing it in a way that I knew he couldn't have said unless he was really against that hidden hand. It didn't make sense to me. They wouldn't burn their secret. They wouldn't reveal these things. They wouldn't raise awareness of it unless they were intending, something else, which isn't what happened. See, so I started to listen more.
I make it for myself. I make it significantly more simplistic. I have never been, nor will I ever be, party man, or
nope. I don't do that not anymore.
or like focus my politics on one individual. And nope. my whole idea as an American citizen is to say, whoever has the best policies that are the best for the American people is the person that I am going to vote for, because I come from a working class family. I come from fucking Farmville, fucking upstate New York, right? My mother didn't finish high school. She could barely get a job to put food on the table. The only thing that she could do was a fucking factory job. Unfortunately, there's no fucking factories left for anybody to work at. Yep. Only person in 2016 who was talking about actually bringing fucking manual labor back to the United States was Trump, right? And I tried to have that. This is where my whole disillusionment with the left came from, because the thing is like, even though I had voted for Trump as a registered Democrat, right? I tried to explain that point, and I got met with, you're a racist, you're homophobic, you're transphobic, you're a Nazi.
You ran into
and I'm like,
Agent Smith.
And like, I'm like, you know what? Like, it took me a couple of years to get to this point, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna look right at the camera for this one. If giving a shit about my fucking family makes me all of those things that you're so terribly afraid of, then fuck you. I'm every single one of them. And
the thing is, like, you're dealing with the Agent Smith effect. You're not actually dealing with, remember what I told you before, people generally do not wind up in one of those parties or paradigms that are opposing each other because they have deeply thought about, reasoned, and explored the subject itself deeply. They have decided that they like, it's more of a like, not a logical progression. There's logic in it. I'm not saying that they're not using logic, but they're using logic that's within guardrails, and they arrive at a conclusion, and then they become loyalists because, especially on the left in particular, there's the collectivization instinct that a lot of people gravitate to. It's not a myth. It's really true. Some people, it's an instinct in most human beings to want to be part of a herd. It just is, but not for everybody. And some people, it's stronger than others. And they believe that inclusiveness is a higher morality, not necessarily excluding evil, but somehow integrating it in a way that isn't really integration. It's literally just being a doormat or, you know, so they get this into their head that you're the bad guy because that's the point. The point is to dehumanize you, not your rhetoric, not what you think, but to dehumanize you so that they can feel morally justified to do you harm.
I hate that I have to do this, but I have to do this really quick. So, because I know some jackass out there is eventually going to fucking look at this fucking live and then clip that one piece and then fucking run that fucking viral. I'm being hyperbolic. And if you don't know what it means, look it up. Right? I'm not being literal.
Doesn't matter.
Don't be a jackass.
I'll give you a secret as a little bit longer of a content creator. I've been in that paranoid state too, especially 5-10 years ago, because back then it meant something. It's not going to mean anything much longer. The people that you and I are both pointing a finger at right now, I feel just as much hostility, but it's been smoothed out a bit because I recognize that it's not them, it's the mind virus that's taken over their head. They have. That's why I said it's the Agent Smith effect. You're not actually arguing with a person most of the time in politics. You're arguing with talking points that they have literally just turned.
Well, the thing was, is I like you and I talked about in like our private conversation, like when me growing up, like I remember distinctly being 17, 18 with my buddy Steve, and him and I would sit down in his little square kitchen table, have a bottle of Clan McGregor scotch, and we would sit there for 4 fucking hours yelling and screaming at each other over stupid shit that didn't matter. We would finish the bottle and then we go play Xbox.
But that, let me be honest, that's okay. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just friction, and that you're still friends at the end of the day. But notice how, and it happened to me, as soon as I told my friends in real life who I voted for, the Nazi, the bigot, the claims came at me. Meanwhile, I'm just like, you guys forgot how I was literally like the barbarian that was protecting you from those actual people back in the day. And you think for a hot minute that I would ever legitimately go shoulder to shoulder with neo-Nazis and people who want to hurt gay people. You're crazy. Because I've literally put people like that on the ground and made them bled, and I've gotten hurt to protect you from them. Don't tell me that I've suddenly changed my mind and now I hate black people and gay people. That's not true at all. It's never been true. I don't see the world in that way, especially these days. So nowadays, calling me a racist or a bigot is just like, okay. Like,
well, the thing, those terms, when we're talking about, again, semantics, those words don't mean anything anymore. They've been so overused that they don't mean anything anymore. Like when somebody comes at you, it's almost like when I talk to somebody and they want to sit there and tell me like I'm a Nazi sympathizer, it's like, so you just don't agree with me, do you?
Well, first of all, you'd be a socialist. That's all it means. First of all, you'd be a socialist. You would have all these other things going on. So no, you're not a Nazi. There's a lot there to unpack. I won't do it today. But fundamentally, like I said, we're dealing with a mind virus. They're programmed to attack you and do so moralistically. They're exactly the same moral busybodies that we used to deal with during the Satanic Panic when I was a kid, who told you that Halloween was evil and all this other stuff. It's the
Dude,
same
how old are you?
mentality. Nobody knows. No, I'm 48.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You do not look it, man. I would have put
Runs in
you.
the family.
I would have put you right around the same age. You got almost 10 years on me.
Yeah, I get that a lot. You know, it's a good thing, but it's also, people will look at me and be like, "How come you can't do the same job that guy's doing?" Like,
because you keep saying Gen X, and I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't Gen X. But no, yeah, you are. Okay.
Some would say I'm on the cusp, but I identify way more with the Gen X vibe. I still like the early millennial vibe because there was a little bit of, shall we say, more of a compassionate attitude that came during that little era, and I did appreciate that. So when I was younger, I was more hard conservative, like Christian conservative, like fuck the gays. I wasn't like a hater. I just thought it was wrong, right? Then when my best friend like opened up to me and told me, I already kind of figured it out, but he opened up to me and admitted he was gay. I was like, all right, nothing to worry about. If anybody fucks with you, just tell me and I'll have all my friends kill them. You know, it just wasn't. So it completely changed. I was like, oh my God, they're humans. And most people wouldn't admit that story. They'd be like, oh my God, someone's going to think I was racist or bigoted once. It's like, fuck you. Everybody has some.
I remember back in university, one of my good friends back in university, funnily enough, his name was Tim. I seem to know a lot of. I know a lot of Tims. And so
I was thinking Monty Python, but go ahead.
But he is a drag queen. And he did the first Pride parade in upstate New York. And so for those of you that hate Pride parades were not what they are now.
Nope, they were not. I will completely agree with you. 100%. Especially like in the 90s or whatever. Yeah, they were a little outrageous, but they weren't, we're coming for your kids and all this other weird shit that you hear. And they weren't, yeah, it wasn't anything like it is today. Today, it's a circus.
And the thing was, I helped him set it up. Like, and I mean, and
now you're a bigot. Yeah.
No, yeah, exactly. Right. And it's just like, and the thing was what made me flip to kind of finish that point. Like when going into the Constitution thing, my biggest thing is freedom of speech. Like I am totally into early.
Yes.
I am totally like early Jordan Peterson. Like with this, that a society's ability to survive is dictated by its ability to communicate. If a society begins to police terms and words and sentences and ideas, the society can no longer openly communicate, and therefore the society begins to collapse. And
now you just understood why slang is such a problem, because most people don't learn how to speak correctly. They learn slang, and then they maybe get educated on correct speech. And most of my problem is, like you were saying, semantics. I know not the first definition. I know like the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th definition of most words. So I can say a word and people say that's wrong. I'm like, I'm actually using the other context of the word. And that's infuriating to me, because it's like, it's exactly what you're saying. If you can control language, because language is literally the guardrails of social mind, of the social zeitgeist. Without language, in fact, you probably wouldn't have as much of a problem recognizing non-duality and things, because language requires that you cut things into little boxes and put them in it. So language is useful here in this dualistic layer of reality that we call the real world, which is really just a kind of dream. We exist in this from moment to moment, and we say, here's a bottle, here's a this, here's a that, but it's really just consciousness in different shapes, right? So, and it's really all just one shape with different features on it. So the problem is we ontologically and intellectually reify our words into realities when they're not. Instead of seeing them as symbolic that point at something that has a deeper layer, I'm talking Platonism basically here, instead of seeing the deeper layer of the ideal under it and recognizing it and seeing all the different ways it can manifest, we think of words as real things. And this causes your brain, your mind, really, not your brain, your brain's an expression of the mind, but you see your mind ends up in a box of words. And it's very difficult for people to work their way out of that because we're taught to think linguistically and mathematically, logically, right? But we're not taught logic, we're taught mathematics, which is a derivative of logic. It's not logic in itself. It's just a different way to do logic. So people are taught to think linearly because that's how we frame our sentences and our dialogue. They're taught to think within guardrails of words. So it's very difficult for them to go beyond a word. So that's how they control. That's literally that's why language is so important. That's why every tyrannical system on earth has always policed language, because the first step to policing thought is policing language.
Of course it is. Yeah, of course. Like, you control the way people speak, what they can say, what they can't say. You label things hate speech. You make hate. I mean, look at
Or
fucking
change
England
meanings.
right now. I mean, like, the thing is like, you know, my wife is British, right? And we are literally having a hard time, like, because right now we're in Mexico because of my son. I have an 11-year-old son here in Mexico. And so when he becomes of age, our plan is to, you know, leave Mexico and hopefully, you know, convince him to come along, at least for a little while, you know, part-time. But we literally have to sit here and have a discussion as to whether or not it's a smart idea to go to England, because I've sat there and I've told her, I said, babe, it's not a question of if I'm going to get arrested. It's a question of fucking when, with the shit that I say and how I say it and how vocal I am with my opinions. Right. Because the thing is like, she showed me a video the other day of like 2 cops that showed up at somebody's house to take their teenage daughter's phone because she looked at a post on Facebook. And I'm like, if the cops show up at our house to do that, I was like, motherfucker, you're going to earn your fucking paycheck today.
Yes.
Like,
you may kill me,
really hope you're ready
me.
because I really hope you're ready because you're going to earn your fucking paycheck today. Like, and that's the American in me. Okay, so here's the thing. And I will say that is the American in me. Like, a lot of people, like, I don't like the people like to dumb that shit.
Fuck those people. That's a good mentality. You're standing for something. They're doing the same thing. Are they not doing the exact same thing, just with a subverted, demented perspective? Yes, that's exactly what they're doing.
Like, I fully believe and I feel with every fiber of my being the words of what is our national anthem and what was said prior to that song being written is that I would rather die on my feet than live on my fucking knees.
100%.
And that I people sit there.
I'm a little bit more devious. I'll pretend to go down on my knees just to get so you don't suspect, and then I'll just do what I want. But yes, 100%.
You know, and people play that shit off. No, that's just survival. That's just this. That's just human instinct. No, that's fucking American. Like, and I will never ever say that I am not proud, even though I don't live in the States. I will never say that I am not proud to be an American, because I am proud to be an American. I have a Betsy Ross flag hanging on my stairwell. I don't give a fuck who thinks it's fucking racist, because it's not. It's our heritage. It's where we come from. It is our culture. We do have a culture, and we are a culture of fighters, and we fight for what is right.
Well, that's also the purity spiral that they make you go through. The what do they call that? There's a word for it when you apply modern day sensibilities to prior people. You know, it's you're trying to hold the people who lived in a different time to the same standards you live in now. Meanwhile, it evolved for 200 years. You can't do that. It's not fair. It doesn't make sense. It's like saying those people who didn't have electricity 400 years ago were had a moral failing. That's not how this works. That's the Marxist rhetoric that's designed to play on feelings and morality games. They're not real. They're just games, right? And they get you into this mindset where you need to be the most morally superior person possible before you are permitted to have an opinion. And that is exactly the problem in many ways with that. I don't want to say that side. I'm going to say the people who have been brainwashed by that particular dogma, because you're really talking about belief systems like religions. When you're talking about left and right in terms of mundane politics, you're talking about religions. You're not talking about people. Like I said, they have not independently arrived at that through reflection. They've gotten there by parroting. They've learned it by rote, and it's now their dogma. And look, a lot of your audience, probably, at least mine used to, and still sometimes does, has a chip on their shoulder about Christianity, and they don't like Christians.
Shit, I do. I
well,
do.
Yes,
like,
but let me continue. They have a problem with Christianity. In other words, anybody who says anything good about anything in the Bible is now, what's wrong with you? You've just done the cardinal sin of shadow work. You've literally just let your shadow say, don't look here. You're not really allowing yourself to look. And in the same way that you can't have a rational argument with a dyed-in-the-wool fundamentalist believer in any religion, you can't have a rational discussion with people who have bought and drank the Kool-Aid of either political party. The reason why MAGA is an exception, it's a much bigger tent, and it's not about one ideology, it's about one intention. And the intention is make America great again, freedom, prosperity, whatever, like whatever your personal thing, that has a place in there, so long as it's, like you said, within the framework of the original Constitution.
Well, the thing is, it is the Constitution that gives me the right to have this conversation, to be who I am. Like, the thing is like, and I'm going to be honest. So here's the thing. Like, I do consider myself, though I do consider myself conservative, I'm more like centrist conservative. And when I say centrist is a weird place to be. And the reason I say...
You're still using their terms. Let me interrupt. You're still using their terms, so you're having a hard time. This is why I don't really say I belong to anything, because it's not really about me ascribing to an external ideology. I look at something from source. Literally, I'm source looking at this dream, and I'm going, okay, this is what I want the dream to be. This is what I think is compassionate in the truest sense, not in the performative sense. This is what I think is compassionate for all incarnate beings, and that includes pain. It doesn't. It's not about flowery love and light in the usual New Age sense. It's the real meaning of it. Love is not about forcing outcomes in any way, shape, or form. It's about seeing the self in the other and loving that, because that's all there is the self. The self is all there is, whether you think it's personal self
I think
or not.
I think the centrist thing comes from, my entire platform is based off of conversation. I don't shut anyone down, unless of course they come in with a stupid fucking comment of like fucking Christ is king or fucking Christ is Lord or whatever. It's like, shut the fuck up.
A troll is shutting down a troll is a service, not a flaw. It's a service to the other people. That's all it is, man. I've never ever, like on Facebook, people are like, oh, you're afraid of other people's opinions. No, I just think you're an asshole and I don't want you around me. Bye.
Right, exactly. But I this entire platform, like from Apocrypha, which has been like the main show on this channel for 5 years. I specifically, my best friend is probably the leftist person that I know. And he is my co-host. He is my co-host. And that a lot of people have asked me, do you regret it? It's like, no, not at all. Because he challenges my ideas and I challenge his. And it emphasizes the idea about that conversation. The conversation needs to happen, right? Like if we stalemate on the idea that we need to shut down the other side because the other side are a bunch of fucking this or a bunch of fucking that, you lost because when you talk about conservatives, and yes, I'm going back to what you're considering, I'm going to throw air quotes here, their language.
It's colloquial. It's colloquial.
So when we talk about traditional conservatism, we're talking about, for most people, what they think is Christian nationalism. And unfortunately, conservatism, as I've been seeing with a lot of talking heads on YouTube, for some reason, inevitably leads to Christian nationalism for a lot of these fucking people. Christian nationalism. Not to be
a dick, but it happens on the right too. A lot of people on the right, because there is a psyop, there is controlled op agents running independent media on the right that are pushing for that. And some of them are, sincere, but a lot of them are not. And so they are pushing people into that because it's another weapon, because then the other side can say, see, they exist. It's like, well, of course they exist. Nobody's saying they don't.
I mean, Christian nationalism, in my opinion, is just as dangerous as fucking communism or socialism.
100%. I would fight that with every fiber of my being as much as I would you know, the other side. Absolutely.
Right. So it's just, and that's where the whole centrist thing comes from, is because I want people to have a conversation. I don't want people that have an opinion to not express that opinion, but I want them to come equipped and ready to defend their opinion. And I've always said that if you go into a debate with the idea that you're going to win the debate, you've already lost. The idea of a debate is to defend your stance. And if you find that you cannot defend your stance, you either have to refresh your facts or re-examine what it is that you believe in.
Let me say this. A debate's purpose is to discover the truth out of the two arguments, or however many arguments is there. Your job as a debater is to defend your position, whether you believe in it or not. So people will say, you don't like to debate people. I'm like, because nobody debates. They're literally just arguing from ego. They're not actually they're trying to make you believe what they think, not trying to find out what you think and then engage with that. That's what I do in my private time, because like I said, I sincerely very rarely meet someone who's capable of actual debate. It's not even that they haven't been, they don't even know what it is. And when you say that's not debate, they're going to say, well, yes, it is. I'm telling you, you're wrong. It's like, that by definition, the way you're doing it is not debate. You're using sophistry. You're using this, you're using that. You're using emotion reasoning. That's not debate. You're not comparing facts, logic, and wisdom. You're literally comparing bullshit and seeing whose pile is bigger. And then you get to say you won because your bullshit pile is bigger. So I don't engage in that. I can't stand it. It's always destructive. It usually destroys friendships. If you're not with the right person, it destroys everything. And that's by design too. They want that. They want you to be incapable of having actual conversation. They want you to have argument. And that's part of the problem in general with society. It's not something that we should heavy-handedly fix, but people who know better need to represent that better truth in a way that people want to emulate.
The problem with most modern debates, or lack thereof, is the way society has built this shit up recently over the last 10 years is it's a society based off of problems. Nobody's got a fucking solution. Nobody's presenting solutions. The news doesn't talk about solutions. The government doesn't talk about solutions. The people that are talking about the problems don't have any solutions. Nobody has any fucking solutions, but we have no problem sitting there and spewing for an hour and a fucking half every single fucking problem that we can fucking think of and how it's so fucking horrible and it's so fucking bad. It's like, okay, yeah, shit's fucked up. You know, there's a school shooting that happens every other day. That's fucked up, right? You know, violence in the inner city is fucking, you know, is off its fucking rocker. Oh, I've got my own fucking ideas why, right? Like, you know, the thing is like, you know, with school shootings, like the more school shootings you have, you get more people to point fingers. Look, guns the problem. Guns are the problem. Like it's an obvious thing, right? It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure it out. You know, and it's like to sit there and say that I'm afraid to bring my own child into my own country because I don't know whether or not his school's going to be shot up is kind of fucked up, regardless of the reason why. Right. But the problem is we always talk about the fucking problem, but we never talk about a goddamn solution. Right. Well, nobody sits down and says like, hey, let's do this. No.
Part of the problem is it's a perception more than it is a fact. Yes, of course, schools get shot up, usually by people who were involved with the FBI. Haha. But here's the fun part. If you do the math, your kid's not going to get shot. The odds of your kid getting shot are like getting struck by lightning. You know what I mean? It's airplane. It's like the safest way to travel. Yeah, it happens, but it's not likely. So I'll give you an analogy. Back when I was a kid, it probably was the same for you, probably for a lot of people here. They had the whole thing of Halloween candy has fucking razor blades and poison.
Yep, I remember that.
If you look it up, it's literally never happened really. Like, and it turns out the ones who are really poisoning your food are the people selling it to you, not the fucking, you know, whatever. So they got everybody terrified of it. And then we saw Halloween as a tradition become less and less and less what it used to be, and became this structured fucking, you know, black cloth holiday, black cloth Valentine's Day, like, or Easter. It's not what it used to be. It used to be almost like a little mini purge, if you will. It was a way for kids to go and be a little naughty for a little while and learn some lessons along the way. You know, it had a wholesome vibe to it, even when you were doing dirty shit. so Halloween's gone, because they created this fear that Halloween's unsafe because you're letting your kids out to frolic in the dude. I'm Gen X. We didn't have parents in houses when I was a kid until after dark. You know what I mean? It was like, get the fuck out and don't come back till the lights come on. And kids today, this is their house. That's all it is. It's just, that's their world. And they're not equipped to handle anything that isn't sterilized, contained, safe. They have a hard time being self-reliant. And that's by design. Again, it's all by design. And people don't want to hear that because to them it sounds like crazy talk. But when you do the deep dives, or even just a big eagle-eye view of it, you go, it couldn't be any other reason. People aren't this stupid, right? Otherwise we would have been like that the whole fucking time, and we haven't been. So it's pushed on society to be that way. And the fear, they use fear. I'm sure you know what the Hegelian dialectic is. One of the most effective crisis points, inflection points, is fear. So you have for people who don't know the Hegelian dialectic, if you're someone in power or you want to be in power, you have this goal in mind, whatever it is. So you have goal A, and you want to achieve goal A, but you can't. The current paradigm will not get you there because people would never agree to it. So what do? You create a crisis that makes the community of whatever size scream out for a solution, and you make them emotional, right? That's the key. You have to make them emotional so that their rationality is disconnected because they're in fight or flight or survival, whatever. You get them into that stress state. Then you place your solution or solutions that you want to be done, and you don't let any others enter the conversation. You use your influence to make sure the only options on the table are ones that you want. And you really can fuck with people by saying, here's option A, here's option B, and you control every option. So you have the left and the right bickering about what solution to the problem. The healthcare crisis, right? We can't afford healthcare. Never mind why. Let's ignore the fact that the whole reason why healthcare became expensive is because of what they did to it. Let's just pretend that it's a problem that's organic and we have to solve it. And here are the only two solutions, like do nothing or Obamacare. And people are like, yeah, I want my free medical care. And because they're scared they're going to get sick. And when I see that mindset, I instantly know this is a psyop. This is a Hegelian psyop, because what you're trying to do is get people to be afraid and want something. Now, you can do this benevolently. It's not like that doesn't automatically mean it's evil or malevolent or whatever. You can do this benevolently. A parent does this to a child all the time. They may not do it to that degree, but they do. Do this or else. That's sort of a mini Hegelian. Do this or else, except you're doing it more up front. But parents do this all the time. Santa Claus is a great example of Hegelian dialectic, right? Here's the problem. You want Christmas presents, but the only way to get them is if you do what I tell you, so I can tell Santa you're good, so you get them. So problem, reaction, solution. That's what Hegelian dialectic does. They do this constantly. The good guys do it. MAGA does it. Trump does it. Everybody does it. You probably do it. Don't even realize it. It's a natural kind of
Oh, no, I know I do it to my kid. Without a doubt, man, without a doubt.
So they made everybody scared of school shootings. They made everybody scared of racists and bigots that, yes, exist, but they're, again, you're talking about a fraction of the society. And here's the ultimate mind fuck. Yes, there are a lot of people out there who are still twisted up with the woke left ideology to an extreme degree. But that group of people has always been a tiny minority who gets highlighted and astroturfed as a majority. It's been like that for a long time. And the problem is that turns into a reality because the sheep see those people, see them highlighted, see them put in lights, and they want to be like that. They want to belong. So they start to glom on through social pressure to behave and think similarly. So that's why most of my friends who I grew up with, who would have agreed with literally everything I'm saying now in that space, in that prior, 1990s, early 2000s space, they would have agreed with everything I'm saying. They would have been like, oh my God, you're completely right about everything. Well, maybe not. I'm being a little braggadocious, but you're completely right. I should, I got to watch out for that. But by the time 2016 turned around, they had swallowed the Kool-Aid and they embodied that lie. So the thing is that the fun part is that's actually easy to break because those people ultimately, they don't want to not belong. And you're seeing it already. I know a lot of people who have flipped and come and said like, nope, I'm MAGA now since then. Not necessarily personal friends from my old life, but absolutely people that I've met since then. I've had people apologize to me. I've had all of that happen. And I still have people who claim to be on the left, but they're like that hippie left, the commune left, not the national. So the voluntary communist, which I don't have a problem with. If you're a voluntary communist, you want to start a commune and everybody does it communistically, dude, you're just reenacting tribal structure. I don't have a problem with that. If you can make that work and nobody gets pushed around and has to do it, except the consequences, you get evicted or whatever, that's fine. That I don't have a problem. But when you do it on the societal level by force, now you've got a problem that I'm going to fight. So the ones that have that hippie mindset, they fell in with the ones who have the radical mindset because they saw them as, you know, birds of a feather, different, but birds of a feather. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend mentality. That's a part of it too. It's the same thing that happened when I came out publicly as D.H. Thorne in favor of Trump. I had people who loved everything I was doing, but the minute I said I voted for Trump, Christians voted for Trump. You're a piece of shit. I hate you. And then they send me death threats. They're going to rape my wife and shit. Literally, that's what happened. And I'm like, wow, these people are psychos. These people are utter fucking psychopaths. It's not about truth or anything. It's just about tribal conflict for them. It's just about belonging and fighting the other team. And so that's why a lot of people don't like when we say, you know, the other side, because that in some sense, I mean, we have to colloquially, but internally, I don't do that. I don't see it as two sides. I see it as people who have been brainwashed with ideologies that are attacking one another with talking points. They're pawns in a game. And it's like the Matrix. It's literally like the Matrix in every sense of the word, because you're talking to people who don't know they're in a fucking Truman Show. They think it's real, and they're going to defend that Truman Show because their ego is literally based on it. Mm-hmm. If you take that away, it's like death. Subconsciously, it's like death. They don't want to go through that dark night of the soul of realizing that they're not what they think they are. Nobody wants to do that.
On that note about like talking about sides, it made me think of something. So again, I guess best case, I'm politically homeless. I really fucking can't stand politics. I really fucking can't. It just pisses me off. Like politics just pisses me the fuck off. But
we're analyzing the political landscape. Different story.
But after Charlie Kirk got shot, there were so many people that started coming out on TikTok talking about leaving the left, like, oh, I'm leaving, I'm no longer supporting the Democratic Party and stuff like that. And everybody on the right was going, oh yeah, awesome, you know, like we're dwindling your numbers. And she's like, I completely disagree. I think that those people that want to leave the left should stay on the left. Not as like a punishment kind of thing or some sick concept, because I don't think that that's, and anybody that thinks that way, like, you're not paying attention. But to let cooler heads prevail. Like, if there's something on the left that you agree with and you consider yourself a Democrat, fine, that's cool. Be a Democrat, you know. And if you disagree with the extremist behavior, then be that cooler head on that side, because that's what that side needs. Because the thing is if it's so, people talk about like a civil war, like they even made the stupid fucking movie about it. People don't understand. We're already in it. We're already in it. It's a different kind of war.
It's called fifth generation warfare.
War doesn't look the same way as it did back in the fucking 1800s. It's not a bunch of people running out with guns shooting each other, right? And it's like some people on the right, like from Canada, I can't remember his fucking name. He was the guy that founded the Proud Boys. But you know, he called it a culture war.
Tario?
No.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, he founded the Proud Boys, and then the Proud Boys got in trouble, and then like he's like, nope, I have nothing to do with them. And gotcha. Gavin McInnes, yes, that's it, Gavin.
Okay, different guy. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Gavin. He founded him. He was one of the founding members of Proud Boys. And he called it a culture war, and it's like, yep. The problem is right from the get-go, and this was back 2016, 2017, 2018, you're already obsessed with the fucking idea of war. So you're already putting us in it by using the word. Words have power. Words are casting spells. You're already putting us in a fucking war. You've already done it by calling it a war and people agreeing with it. You've already put us in a conflict. And so everybody has a conflict mindset, and everybody's trying to defend themselves.
Let me just say two things. One, when you highlighted the leftist who suddenly leaves the left because people were shitty, that means they were never a leftist. They were just a follower. They don't actually have an ideology. They just have a preference for one flavor. It's a totally different mind state. So they're not really leftists. They are with a group that they identify with egoistically. And because they did something that they find reprehensible, now the whole baby in the bathwater has to go in the garbage, right? And that's not intellectual honesty. That's intellectual dishonesty on a very major level. So you're not, by saying you should stay on the left, you're right, but you're also incorrect. What you should say is maybe you need to have that dark night of the soul, sit down, figure out what the fuck you really think, independent of what these fucking machines are telling you to think. Figure it out and then come back to me and then we'll talk. And going, what was the last thing you had brought up? And that's the ADHD, by the way. I'm not that stupid. I just forget trains of thought. What were you saying towards the end there? You went from the friend to, war. And I said, we are at war because we have been at war. We've actually been at war. Well, we can get into spirituality with this very easily. Ego is all about conflict. Without conflict, ego vanishes. When you're all alone, your ego tends to quiet down, especially if you have ADHD. ADHD people generally don't have an ego unless they're in a social setting. When they're not with somebody, their personality completely flattens out into, it's not so performative. It's you still might have an ego, but you don't have a persona. You don't have a character. You're more of a mind just exploring your environment, just going, this is. So when I talk to myself, I don't have egoic thoughts. I have analytical thoughts. There's very little or no ego going on that's interrupting it. Most people, I don't think, are like that. So we are at war on that level, but we're actually on war on another level, the conspiracy theory level. And this is provable. I don't think there's any way, like I could objectively prove this to anybody who is remotely open-minded, and we have been for a long time, but it's called fifth generational warfare. And fifth generational warfare is a type of war that recognizes that using kinetic action is self-destructive to both sides. So what you want to do is you want that to be the cleanup phase. You don't want to lead with that anymore, because we have weapons that could wipe out planets. Like when you think nukes, that's actually 100-year-old tech. We have stuff that makes that look silly at this point. I'm telling you for a fact. They have things now that makes nukes look like fucking kids' toys. So they know that if they go to a hot kinetic situation, the planet will cease to exist. So kinetic is used for the brush fire stuff, where it's not a major power that has massive WMDs or beyond. But study Lao Tzu, study, other cultures that have psychological methods of warfare and asymmetric warfare. Fifth generational warfare is narrative control. It's turning the populaces against one another or creating division in a populace. It's all the shitty, underhanded social combat. That's a major part of it. Then there's economic phases of it. There's so many different levels, and none of them are kinetic. So people will say, well, we're not at war, because no, you are at war. You are at war. It's not even an ideological war, because the enemy actually does not have an ideology that you would recognize as such. That's the problem. People think that world leaders are beholden to an ideology. This is how people have been brainwashed into trusting establishments, trusting people in the public eye. Why you might trust a Ron Paul or even a Trump, because Trump is not actually espousing an ideology. He's not working from an ideology. None of these people genuinely and sincerely are. So we're not in an ideological war. We're not in a culture war. We're in a fifth generation war that is pitting culture against itself to destroy, basically divide and conquer the people who would have resisted you as a single mass if they hadn't already been degenerated with subversive propaganda for the last 60 years.
Who wins?
Right now?
I mean, just in general, like if this is, I'm not denying what you're saying, like it makes sense, but if this is the case, then the next obvious question is because I think one of the reasons why most people take conspiracy theories not very seriously is because it's always a they mindset. It's like, who the fuck is they?
Okay. So here's where it gets tricky. You have to think like a detective. A detective doesn't always know who the guilty party is, right? They have evidence. They know there's a killer. They know that they have to find them. They know when they're acting, like you have a serial killer. They know, they might even have the pattern they're going to use and be able to predict it, but they can't find them because they're too ahead of the game. You're talking about criminals who know how to hide themselves in plain sight. I can take you to a certain level and say, oh, it's Soros, it's the Rockefellers.
So are we saying criminal? Are we saying criminal as in these people are actual criminals? Or are we using this metaphorically? Because if that's the status quo, then that's not necessarily criminality. It's criminality inside of the reins of what we exist now as society. Okay, under the law. But if they're the ones that set it up to begin with.
But they didn't set it all up. So there's, how do I put this? If we want to play the game of there's no such thing as good, evil, law, or justice, or whatever, that's a different level of dialogue. In Advaita, you have the higher truth and then you have the pragmatic truth, right? So the higher truth is non-duality and all that it implies, which is wild. But then in your day-to-day life, you're still in this dream, this miasma of us and them. And so you have to somehow integrate that higher knowledge into this. And in this context, at the ground level of our perception, where we're living in this earth and we're dealing with these societies, you can't, that's almost like a semantical trick to say there is no justice, so therefore you can't do that, because you're correct. In the fundamental sense, there is, all of these things are human concepts. They're not realities. They're human concepts that point to something within the infinite. Right? And within the infinite is everything. So there's literally nothing that isn't there. So we point at something and say, that's justice. And we make a preferential, relatively preferential, we have a preference for it. Mm-hmm. We say that benefits us, that benefits my society. So we're talking about a social construct, to be fair. But that social construct, you can actually tell when a social construct is, let's use a Taoist concept, when it is aligned with the flow of the Tao and when it runs counter to it. When it runs counter to it, it's always, when I say destructive, I don't mean destruction is bad. I mean, it disrupts the harmony. It's destructive to the harmony, which allows both chaos and order at the same time to exist, because both are illusions. But when you try to make reality fit into a box, you destroy the Tao. The Tao actually would, it begins with freedom, authenticity, and those kinds of things, and then it carries it from there. So
just to backpedal for a second.
Sure. So we're maybe a little too deep, but yeah.
No, it's fine. It's in the vein of what you're talking about. But isn't that what human beings try to do instinctively? Is to fit reality inside of a box. It's the whole reason why, like, most spirituality and most religions have started as to explain things that are unexplainable. Like we can't exist. We can't exist. We can't exist without being, like, having a way to explain things, because we're such inquisitive creatures.
Yeah, I would say yes and no. I would say some cultures recognize it as a useful tool from the start, not as a reality. You're talking about reification, which is when you take an idea and you reify it as an absolute truth. That's reification, as if it exists. So take some guy living in the Amazon, like a shaman in the Amazon. Mm-hmm. I can't say this with absolute fact because I haven't met one, but those kinds of people, when you look at what they do, what they believe, they clearly understand that this world is a kind of illusion. And so they take things seriously on one level and very loosely on another. When you are in this frame, it is useful to have, shall we say, rules and definitions, because it lets you technologicize and proceduralize your actions into a way that's more efficient and more effective. So yes, you're right on one level that humans have a natural instinct to do that. The instinct, however, to reify those things as the reality, that's been a learned thing that has happened. Mm-hmm. If you believe history, it happened a long time ago. If you think history's been meddled with, who the heck knows when it happened? But it has been hardened in the last 200 years under materialistic mindsets. Materialism requires boxes, right? Idealism does not. Non-duality does not.
Within the concept of illusion, in the concept of illusion.
There you go.
I mean, I'm all for the Matrix theory, like 100%. Like that was one of my favorite movies, like, you know, coming up, right? And like, look, people laugh at that, but like the Matrix sparked a lot of shit.
Reason.
Like if you guys knew the amount of philosophy and theology that is injected into those fucking movies, it's disgusting.
Twisted. They twisted into a materialistic mindset. In other words, they took basically everything that I know to be true and they made it about a computer. In other words, they're basically telling you it's not consciousness, it's a machine that's doing it. And that is the lie. That's how they got people. Because they're like, look, when did simulation theory really become a prominent thing? Right after the Matrix. Why did they do that? Because they knew that people were starting to integrate higher wisdom and mystery school knowledge that just filters in. Look, you have to understand, for the last 100 years, they have been allowing, or someone has been injecting the truth into our society. This is why if you go back 30, 40 years, you see more metaphysical metaphors in our entertainment. You see more ancient symbolism.
Have you ever seen Unbreakable with Bruce Willis?
Yep. Fantastic movie. So
when people start talking about that, like that's the first thing that I think of, like off the top of my head, is because in that the Mr. Glass talks about comic books being like the modern way of, you know, passing down, passing down kind of
look
information.
At Superman. That's Heracles, bro. Superman is literally Heracles, the son of a god. You mean an alien? Because that's probably what gods in the more mythical sense. That was one dimension of what they were. They were also symbolic, but let's keep that simple. So Superman is literally Hercules. It's literally a version of that. Every superhero, right, is just a continuation of that similar archetype. And there's newer ones, but if you look, there's a god that used to represent the same things that Daredevil does and all your other favorite superheroes, pretty much. There's some limits, because like, I don't know how you do Batman in ancient Greece, but you get the point. So a lot of these guys, or Iron Man, a lot of these guys, you know, these characters, these men and women in these things, they are archetypes of higher consciousness that are filtered in and are given form in our life, or at least we say they're given form because we recognize them. And so we make entertainment about that because it is intrinsic to human psychology, whether you're enlightened or not, non-dual or not. It's intrinsic to
let me ask you this.
Those things.
No, let me ask you this. And guys, if like for those out there who say I keep cutting him off, that's the only way I can have an opportunity to talk.
Do it to you. I do it to you too. It's an ADHD thing, guys. Just like, respect my neurodivergence, bro. As a neurodivergent person, I require.
Right, exactly.
I like to say I'm an acetaminophen American.
Rock on. So with the illusion thing, going back to that to get to the point that I wanted to make, isn't it a lot like just chasing the carrot, man? Like, I mean, if everything's an illusion, the way that I think of an illusion, it instills an emotional response of nothing fucking matters. And
right,
if nothing,
that's nihilism. You don't want to do that. Nihilism is a false. Nihilism is a false.
I'm a Nietzschean, man. I'm a Nietzschean.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If Nietzsche was right, he wouldn't have gone crazy.
Fair enough.
No, nihilism is there's no meaning, and it places meaning prior to existence. In other words, it says meaning is more important than existence itself. Existence manifests as meaning for a reason. In other words, the meaning has a reason. Existence doesn't have a reason to do it, but existence has meaning for a reason. And that meaning, though, it's not linguistic. It is, I would say, I guess, subconscious for most people. When you get to a higher level of not understanding, but knowing, gnosis of the truth. In other words, it's not conceptual like 1 + 1 = 2. It's knowing why one, not even, no. Let me skip that. It's beyond the 1 + 1 understanding. It's even understanding why 1 + 1. It's beyond that. It comes prior to that. In other words, a calculator doesn't know if it's right or wrong. You do. Why? How do you know it's right or wrong? Because you have awareness, not have awareness. You are awareness. So awareness is witnessing this and intuitively says that's correct in this dimension, by the way, because there's probably parts of existence where 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. 1 + 1 = 2 is just a language. But the deeper meaning of 1 + 1 = 2 you have another layer, and so on. But you're correct. At the fundamental level, there is no meaning, okay? The problem here is when you say there is no meaning, person number one says, oh, fuck, that sucks, or something like that. They have a negative, whereas the other person says, so that means there's no limits? So the one says, oh my God, there's no meaning, it all sucks. Let me put it to you like this. Do you regret having a lucid dream where there's no meaning to it? No, it's your fucking dream, dude. Do whatever you want, right? You're free to dream whatever you want. The thing is you have preferences. And preferences are fine. The problem is when you become your preferences. So if there is a preference and you say, I have a preference for chocolate, and then you get vanilla and that bothers you, right? That's an attachment. That's an attachment to a meaning. It's an attachment to something that is not real. You will find that there are two schools of thought of enlightenment.
I prefer vanilla, so fuck off.
So do I, man. So do I. Ask my wife. It's hilarious. She like I'll do a Hank Hill voice. Be like, what's wrong with good old fashioned vanilla? You know, like that's, I'd rather have vanilla most of the time. All right. Yeah, the old reliable. Meaning is, like you said, I don't dispute that meaning is not real. What I'm saying is that you don't need meaning in order to be fulfilled. So you could call it benevolent nihilism, but nihilism specifically is a negative response to a lack of meaning because you still think meaning is required. You don't need to have meaning. What you have is, I don't want to say choice, but I will. You have a choice. You have a choice and preference on this level. And what you choose. But
do we? If
yes,
everything's an illusion, wouldn't that make?
Well,
but
isn't choice illusion? But that's why I didn't want to say choice. But I figured for colloquial terms, because to put it,
I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but I figured
you're not. This is actually easy, but it's hard to say so people will necessarily get it. So at this level, it manifests as choice, but fundamentally, it's neither choice nor unchoice. It's neither this nor that. It is literally that which is, and that which is what you will it to be on a level that's not even will. It's like the Tao, right? The Tao, it's not random, it's not causal, but what we call causal and random emerge out of the Tao. That's a Taoist way of thinking of it. Non-duality would put it very similarly, like a
guys. You say the dude. You said the Tao, and my brain automatically went to the stock market.
Oh, no. Taoism. Taoism. Tao. Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. What's the fucking stock market have to do with this?
Yeah. No, it's the Tao, and the Tao is free. It's ultimately free.
I wish it was.
Let me put it to you like this. This is not what it is, but this is the better model that I've come up with for myself. I interpret Maya, the dream experience, this thing you call the world, your externalized experience, even your internal experience, is part of the dream. Now, the dream is infinite, and there's literally no limit to it. There's no bound to it. There's nothing it can't be, and there's nothing that it is. In a more modern, mundane mind's way of putting it, you would call it like a block time multiverse. And a block time multiverse is a multiverse in which time isn't a thing that moves around. It's just another dimension in which consciousness can move to witness something different. So imagine just a scenario where we normally think of time as this linear before, after, and so on. Then you have the many worlds interpretation says there may be multiple pathways to every event. In other words, if I can pick this up or put it down or not. And so there's like binary choices. I cross the street or I don't. And in quantum theory, and at least in one theory, there's the idea that each one of those happens, right? And because they're procedural, deterministic, and materialistic, they think it creates another universe. But there's another theory which says that all of those timelines exist concurrently. They've always existed. And it's the observer that's moving through that lattice of possibilities. And moment to moment, something in us chooses the next experience. And when I say choose, I mean, unfortunately, in the colloquial level, it's the only way I can put it. Really, it's not a choice. It's something prior to choice. Okay. It's what magicians might say in modern times, true will and intent, but true will and intent is just a finger pointing at it. It's not what it is. So people, let me rephrase, let me go back. So you have this block time multiverse, which says every timeline exists simultaneously. Your consciousness is shifting perspective. That's probably a better way to put it. Through different dimensions, manifesting a timeline of your personal story. But that's not reality. That's just your personal microcosm. Like, let's go to Hermeticism. You have microcosm, macrocosm. That's really Indra's web, if you know Hinduism. Indra's web is this idea that the god Indra had a web that was massive, like this infinite web. And at every intersection where the web intersected, there was a jewel that reflected every other jewel. That's a metaphor for microcosm and macrocosm. So each one of us is a macrocosm of the microcosm. I don't mean your body. This is where people get it twisted. They think, yes, my body is a microcosm. Yes, it's a microcosm of the microcosm of the universe, but your experience of the universe is its own microcosm. So each one of us literally has an independent perspective of the same reality. That's not unintuitive. If you and I stood next to each other and looked at the same sunset, you're a foot away from me. You don't see exactly the same sunset. We might not be able to determine the difference, but we don't. That's provable. In the same sense, time would be no different. If time is dimensional, if it was, then you could have different perspectives of the same event in time. That's Einstein proved this basically by the experiment, or the thought experiment, of if someone was far enough away, say, 100 billion light years away, an event that they see, appearing to them was prior to, like if they were using a telescope to look at us at 100 billion light years away, that's before the universe started, so they wouldn't see anything. So if they moved a little closer, let's say they moved 10 billion light years away and they took a look, they would see this solar system how it was 10 billion years ago, right? Well, what happens if while doing that, they started moving towards you or away from you? Well, because of the way light in relativity is understood, they would actually see the experience of your time dimension speed up and slow down. So like when they're going towards you, they would see a little bit earlier, and when they go, a little bit more recent, and when they go further away, they'd see a little bit older. All it would take, like imagine a guy on a bicycle with Superman telescope that can see infinitely far looking at you, and he's riding his bicycle towards you. He can actually see what's going to happen to you, a little further ahead than what he did a minute ago. So he has a different perspective on your temporal position than you do. So we know that time is relative through Einstein. We know it is, at least in the material sense. So this means that each one of us is experiencing time in a relativistic way, meaning each one of us has a different perspective of the exact same point in space and time. In fact, every point in space and time could be thought of as the same infinite point, non-local point seen from a different perspective. That's why we each have our own unique subjective experience of it. It's not because there's an objective world that we all have to agree is real. There is only that which is real, which is Brahman, Atman, Source, whatever your word for it, because they're all bullshit. They're just pointing at it. Consciousness. There is only that which is seen from a slightly different perspective, because Maya is sort of like a simulacrum of itself. It's a simulacrum. Maya meaning, if you don't know, look it up. There's not really a good English translation. I like the word dream for it. Maya is infinite. It has no limits. It can be anything. And you're basically looking at the concept of infinity from different perspectives. That's how magic works, fundamentally, is you're not actually changing other people's experiences when you do magic, especially by yourself. You're literally changing what timeline you're going to shift into. And it happens in a way that your psyche can accept. This is why shadow work's important, because the more limited you are in what you're willing to believe, the harder it is to get things to manifest.
I mean, but you really are, you're kind of really breaking into kind of like these ideas though, where it's almost like, to dumb it down, it's like God particle type shit. Like
kind of.
And do you find it practical? Like usable? Like day to day?
Absolutely.
Like how?
I live my life this way now. Well, not life story, but 2015, 2016, I had my initial non-dual realization. It was more of an intellectual realization. I had a bit of a spiritual moment, a vision, if you will, and a feeling and a feeling of transcending just this body. But it was still materialistic because I wasn't actually yet recognizing consciousness, but I was recognizing the interconnectedness, the unit, the monistic nature of reality, the monist nature of reality. You know, I am not separate from the bush. Like the tree that I see across my yard, I'm not separate from it. It's actually part of my lungs because it's providing the air for my lungs. My lungs are providing we're one organism just on two different sides, right? I started to recognize there's no real separation between anything. And when that started, it led to just a cascade of realizations. A couple of years ago, one of the most, after that, the most profound was I was sitting there philosophizing in my head at work, bored. And a lot of that I do without thinking, but I'll comment on what I'm real. It's hard to explain because if you don't understand your own mind, you'll think your mind is thoughts, and thoughts are just your mind's way of talking to itself. You don't need to think with words or ideas. You can actually contemplate on a layer that is not verbal or linguistic. So I'm contemplating, and I have this reactive thought that basically frames the what I realized. And I realized, for example, my wife and I were going to go to the store after work. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm not actually going to go to the store. I'm going to see the store come to me. And I realized in that moment, if I'm consciousness, that's what that is. So for example, when you realize that consciousness is all that really is, you realize you don't go anywhere because there's nowhere to go to. In the same way, if you were playing Legend of Zelda and you said, I'm going to go to Mount Doom, the person playing the game, does not go to Mount Doom. Link doesn't even go to Mount Doom. You just see this animation that makes Mount Doom get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then Link is standing in what you call Mount Doom, but he didn't move anywhere. He's still in the same spot because it's just an illusion. It's just pixels just lighting up in a way that you call Link in a mountain. In the same sense, your experience of reality is no different. When you drive to the store, you are not driving to the store. Your avatar is creating the illusion of driving to the store. But if you transcend all that linguistics, you go, wait a minute, the store, that's the meaning, by the way, of the mountains came to Muhammad in Islam, by the way. So when I realized that, there was a sudden and complete perspective shift from I'm D.H. Thorne, who's in non-duality, to, oh shit, D.H. Thorne is a dream avatar that I have chosen to embody in, to experience this infinite whatever from this one tiny little perspective. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything. I'm watching it happen. I'm participating in it. It's not something that I'm helpless in as Atman, as the true self, but it is not something that I am making happen in the way that we normally conceptualize. I like to use the analogy of the dream because it's really easy to intuitively understand. If tonight you went to bed and you went to sleep and you wanted to drop a ball and bounce it on the ground and have it bounce, did the ball bounce because of gravity? No, it bounced because your psyche animated it in the same way it would animate gravity that you conceptually understand. It's not because there's gravity in your dream. If you're in a dream and you want to get a thing of ice cream from the store, do you go to the store in your dream and get ice cream? No, you dream that the store appears and you have ice. Even if you see the process isn't real. It's just a sequence of experience happening in the eternal now that animates in a way that looks like time is flowing forward. It's literally shifting perspective around potential, about a potential manifestation. You're shifting a perspective so that it manifests as movement, as time, as change, as different things. If you ever reach like states of deep gnosis, like Turiya from India, what they would call it Turiya, or there's different words for gnosis is the one that most Westerners might understand best. When you hit gnosis, all of that goes away. You're just consciousness, and that's all you are. There's no world, right? There's nothing, there's no time. Time loses meaning, space loses meaning. It doesn't even exist. And you just know that you exist. And I cannot just describe it to you, except in the aftermath, what it felt like looking back. And it's not what it was. It's just a way to point at it. So that state of consciousness is actually what you are. And all of this is filling that. You're not going anywhere. You're not doing anything. You're not causing anything. You're playing a game that looks causal. It behaves in a causal pattern, but that's not what it is. If reality was limited to causality, then magic wouldn't work in any way, shape, or form, and your consciousness would be limited to the guardrails of prior events, and it's not. The entire purpose of legitimate magic practice, psychology, is to take that pattern and transcend it so that you're no longer limited to it. It's still useful when you're in a certain context, but outside of that context, you don't need it anymore. When you can get there, all this bullshit becomes a game. It is bullshit, but it's useful bullshit. It's part of the game. Does it matter if you win Monopoly, really? No. But don't you want to anyway? Of course. Same thing applies here.
Yes.
It's not about the actual thing.
My wife and I have had legitimate arguments surrounding Monopoly.
Dude, I've seen families kill each other over Monopoly, bro. I get it. Not even from winning and losing, just you got the freaking property I always get. Fuck you.
Right?
Monopoly separates the murderers from the innocent.
And so the worst part is like I'm a fucking masochist. I would always I would lose. Inevitably, I would always lose. And then the next day, like, hey, let's play Monopoly. No. I am a sore fucking loser.
Nothing wrong with that, as long as you know it.
I do. I'm well aware of it. So I'm hanging with everything you're saying. I think overall, it's there's a lot that I would need to have broken down to have a better understanding of everything that you're talking about. But regardless of that, I am hanging on everything that you're saying. But I can't help but think, because I'm sitting here thinking to myself, right? I'm like, but dude, dude's kind of making me feel like the dumb jock in high school, I'm sitting here trying to listen in history class, but I don't know what the fuck the teacher's saying, Is
your ego excited about that or offended by it? Now, I don't mean offended like I'm offending you, but is your ego excited about that or offended by it? If it's excited by it, you're on the right step. If it's not, then you need to do some more shadow work and examine why.
If I was offended by it at any level, I wouldn't be continuing the conversation.
You'd be arguing at the minimum.
Yeah, but there is something that I'm curious about, though, because of that sensation, because I know that most people are probably going to feel the same way. It's almost a little too non-digestible.
It isn't digestible. That's kind of the point. If you look at Enlightenment ontologies, they are always filled with paradoxes, because the whole point is to wrestle with the paradox till you have truly metabolized it and get what it's actually saying. It's kind of like in Zen, they have a saying that Zen is a finger pointing at the moon, and all too often people get stuck looking at the finger. So that's the issue, is this is not something I can talk you into. The Western mindset in particular, and I say that only because even throughout traditional history, it's been like this. The Western mindset has always been about logical proof. That's fair in the material world. You have to prove things in the material world. I have to prove that I can make a computer. I have to prove the concept. In the metaphysical, in the mystical, you're actually dealing with something that transcends the material. And so there is no way to point at it through material means directly. You can only point at it vaguely. And the person has to make the spontaneous intuitive leap, not of logic, but of perspective to recognize it. And the issue there is not one of convincing you that it's true. It's convincing you that what you think was true is not. So if you look at every good Enlightenment ontology, they're always neti, apophatic. So most logic is reductive or additive, or all these different ways of doing, I forget what the terms are, but you know what I'm saying. You have reductive logic, you have all these, but one of them in particular is ideal for metaphysics, which is, it's not reductive, it's apophatic. You're removing that which is not true so that only the truth remains. The irony is the truth is it's non-linguistic. You can't communicate it directly.
This is the ADHD in me. So you're talking about one thing, I'm going to something completely different here. Did you watch anime at all?
Anime, a little bit growing up. I mean, my anime preferences are, back in Robotech, Akira, Battle Angel era,
Have you ever seen Serial Experiments Lane?
No, nope.
Okay. Talking to you makes me feel the same way that I felt the first time I watched that anime. And the only way I know how to describe that is by the time you finish the series, because I think it's only 1 or 2 seasons, by the time you finish that series the first time, and you know it's a fucking cartoon, you sit there at the end of the series, you get, maybe I don't need my body. And then you're like, nope, bad thoughts.
So again, like I said, Enlightenment ontologies are about eradicating resistance to the truth is really what it's about. And we build up these resistances logically because they serve us in the material life. So we say, I don't want to give up my body or I'll die, or I don't want to give up this or that or whatever. And this is why non-duality is not taught in the sense that you're teaching a lesson or a class, or you can't teach non-duality by rote. Excuse me, I had dinner, so I burped.
Fine.
What you can do, however, is force someone into a Hegelian dialectic of crisis where their language is impossible to work. And they can't make their language work to reason through it. And this is why a lot of people will say, well, that's woo, because it's not logical. Well, that's a preference for the logical versus the truth. Logic is not truth. It's a measuring stick. It's a relative. Logic is about relationships. It's not about truth. It's about relationships. Logic can help you get to the truth in different contexts. Like I said, you can have the accurate truth of but
in this sense, there's different layers to truth, different levels of truth, different places to go for truth. There isn't just one ultimate truth, because the thing is, if everything and nothing exists simultaneously, that means all truths exist simultaneously, and therefore there is no singularity as far as truth is concerned.
I can correct. Sorry, I should let you finish, but because you're actually speaking what other people might be thinking, so I shouldn't interrupt you on that. I apologize. Here's the thing: all of those other truths, what do they exist within?
Well,
so they're not truths.
Every truth that we could possibly come up with is human truth that comes up inside the mind. We can't
there
possibly.
You go. So the mind is a higher truth then. Then what's higher than the mind?
We don't know.
The witness. Yes, we do. The witness. The witnessing of that mind. The witnessing. That is the highest truth that one can attain, is recognizing the witness itself, not in the noun sense, but in the existential sense. The witness, knowing, consciousness, that mystery we call consciousness. That is the highest truth. And it's not a truth in the linguistic, ontological, logical frame. The logical frame fits in that truth. That truth is the truth.
Oh,
and
fuck
it's a
you,
truth.
Maeve. She's witness to spoon. There is no spoon.
There you go. Bingo. What do you think Neo was learning in that? There is no spoon. The spoon is an illusion, and therefore it has no limits. You can make it do whatever you want. That's the truth, but that's the truth on one level, as you would say, but it's not the truth. It's accurate. So learn the distinction between accuracy and truth. Accuracy is not truth. Accuracy is a measurement. Truth is what the measurement is based upon. So when you're looking at reality and saying there is no ultimate truth, there is no objective ultimate truth. There is no dualistic truth, because in order to have a duality, you must have two things. And if you have two things, both of them can't be true. Exactly. Like you said, if there's an infinite multiverse and they have infinite truths in them, which truth is the truth? The truth in which that is existing. That is the truth. This is the meaning of the Trimurti or the Trinity or the
so it would be the only truth that you can perceive, your perception.
No, you can't perceive consciousness in the. Can you see consciousness?
I mean, it depends.
Nope.
Elaborate.
You can't see consciousness. You can be aware of consciousness. You can't see it. You can't feel it. You can't touch it. Feeling, touching, tasting, all of those things are in consciousness. Consciousness is that which is witnessing those things. And it's not a that in the noun sense, because nouns are things. This is a thingless thing. It is a one without a second. I'm not saying anything new, by the way. This is literally digested from every tradition worth a shit ever. In fact, it's the oldest tradition. All the other traditions are derivative of it or symbolic of it. So like I was saying, when you have the Trimurti or the Trinity or the Salt, Sulfur, Mercury, or all these different things, if you have two things, they're connected by a third thing. Here's another way to put it. People ask, what's outside the universe? And a materialist will say, well, nothing, it's only the universe. So that means the universe is infinite, right? Or it has never, well, we don't know that because it might wrap around itself. Well, then that implies there's something beyond that sphere, right? What is that? That would be the higher reality, not the universe, if there was such a thing that was outside that universe. What is outside the material universe, or non-local in science? If we want to be more precise, we would say non-local. What is non-local to the material world?
It's getting into, though, like aspects of things that are just not perceivable through the conscious mind. Like it's the reason why we say that the universe is infinite is not because it is actually infinite, but because we don't know or understand or could not fathom the end of the universe because it is so massive. So therefore, we just label it as infinite, and anything that is
boundless.
Anything that is infinite
traditionally they would say boundless.
Anything that is infinite is beyond human conception.
Mm-hmm. And that is exactly what it is. It's beyond human conception. The truth is beyond conception. That is correct. That doesn't make it less true. This is why it's called gnosis, or consciousness, or those kinds of words. That's why it's mystical. It's a mystery. It's an eternal mystery. It has no conceptual existence. It doesn't have properties. It doesn't have attributes. But all attributes and properties are, we would say, within it, manifestations within it, manifestations of it. A common analogy are like waves on an ocean. The waves are not separate from the ocean. They're not separate from each other. They're all the ocean waving.
Wyatt actually said something that's kind of interesting. He said, there's a difference between understanding and knowing. And so the way that I would describe that, the difference between understanding and knowing, understanding something doesn't necessarily mean that you can explain something. Knowing something, you can regurgitate that at any time. Understanding is significantly much deeper.
No, knowing is I would say it's the opposite. You don't actually have to understand something to know it. Understanding is a logical model that you can reliably use to
I look
predict.
at it. I look at it the other way around, because I feel like understanding has a more emotional concept to it. Like understanding something,
that's emotion. Then that's
like
emotion.
You can understand. Like, for example, I can understand what you're talking about. I don't know it, but I understand it. Right.
This is why all the enlightened masters say they know. It's beyond understanding. This is not rhetoric. This is one of the mistakes people make, is to think that non-duality, mysticism is rhetoric that proves a point. It is actually rhetoric that dissolves all points and leads you back to the knowing of itself. Nothing exists without you knowing it. You must know in the Gnostic sense of know. This is why I say learn the difference between belief and knowledge, understanding and knowledge. And let's not use the word knowledge, because knowledge is the database. Learn the difference between belief and knowing. Learn the difference between understanding and knowing. Knowing is awareness. It is consciousness. It is not, when I say it is, I mean those are words that point directly at this.
So it's kind of like that concept that you can only believe in that which you do not know. You know something, so you don't have to believe in it.
No, I don't think I'd agree with the way you're saying that. I'd have to think about your language there a little bit. From my first reaction is to say no. So understanding is known. So knowing is required for understanding. You must know the understanding before it even appears. In other words, you must know, you must be aware. I'll use aware, since knowing has has a meaning for you that you have a hard time letting go of. Let's use awareness. If you're not aware of it, it doesn't exist at all. You could say for you at all subjectively at one stage of enlightenment, that's fine. Just recognize that if you're not aware of it, it doesn't exist. So
Oh, I mean, I was on that bandwagon back in the early, like the mid to late 90s. Like, I mean, I was the one back in fucking high school and shit telling people, like, you know, if you walk out of the room and you close the doors, the desk's still there, you know, just because
the
like,
desk as you know it, no. The potential for the desk, yes.
uh-huh.
But the potential for the desk is also something that you know. So without knowing, none of those things, not the potential nor the actual, would ever possibly manifest. Without knowing, it cannot happen. This is in quantum physics why they say consciousness is required for, look into local realism and what it means, and why the guys got the Nobel Prize a few years ago for proving that nothing is locally real. That's a mind fuck if you understand what they're saying. But a non-dualist looks at that and goes, "Yeah, I've been trying to tell you that." It's this is why I say there's a transcendental knowing of things, which ends up, if you can shift your perspective to that, you start sounding like me. Things start to become easier to untangle because you stop dealing with the world of symbols, and you are no longer a symbol in the sea of symbols. You're that which is perceiving or knowing or aware of the symbols. Okay, each of those words has a different meaning. That's why I said I go like 5, 6, 7 definitions down. That's why I like knowing, because it's a little bit closer.
Mm-hmm.
But those things are things in knowing. Like we say God is all knowing. When you're a Christian, God is all knowing. That's the way they say it. They mean that's an attribute. But what I'm saying is that's the actual. God is, in other words, God is, as in the all knowing is not an attribute of the is. It is the is. All knowing is the is. All knowing is what God would
that parallel with the question of, you know, who am I? Like, when people ask, for example, like ask me that question, like who are you? Like I say, I am.
Yes, that's a shortcut. The problem is most people don't know what that means. When you say I am, that's fair, because if you ask me who are you, I am that which knows. Right? I am that which is. I am not a who, I'm not a what, I am that which is. I am that. Tat Vamasi, that thou art, is the Hindu version of that statement. I am that I am, or, tetragrammaton, or whatever you want to say. That is the I am that I am. I am that I am. I am is it. That's Atman. I am is Atman. It's not a person. Person is that which the I am wears in the social plane of our experience. It's not a thing you are. It's a clothing you wear. It's a mask. The original word look up the original this is why I was saying earlier that the meaning of words has been corrupted so much. We don't have a clear understanding of anything anymore because it's all slang that's been developed. It's disgusting. The original, when we say you're a person, what am I saying? If you go back to the original meaning of the word person, look it up. It means literally a mask that call them thespians, actors would wear in their plays.
Persona,
which were spiritual plays. Yeah, persona, person. So it's a mask. A mask for what? So if I say you're a very good person, I'm saying you're a very good mask. A mask for what? If you identify with the person, you're never going to get out of it. If you cling to that personhood as what you are, you're stuck. That is the social conditioning that makes you think everything must have a logical, linguistic understanding to be real and true and blah, blah, because it's not, unless it's socially true, you don't believe it. And this is where people get hung up. They say, well, haha, nothing is socially true, nihilism. But here's the problem. Nihilism is only nihilism in the social frame. In the absolute frame, nihilism is equally a myth. It's equally a lie. It's not real. You don't have to be nihilistic at all. We could go, this is why I say, if you get to where the perspective that I'm coming from, and when I say the perspective I'm coming from, I don't mean an intellectual perspective. I'm talking about the perspective that witnesses that intellect. If you come from that perspective, you start to, you even said in your email to me that I have a way of, peeling through the bullshit and getting to the core. That's literally apophatic reasoning. You have a skill for, an analogy would be, let's say I had a golden needle that I put in a haystack and I said, find it. Well, gold isn't magnetic. You can't use a magnet to find it. How are you going to find that golden thread, that golden needle? People will say, well, I could do this, I could do that. The easiest way of all, there's a couple, but one of the easiest ones of all is to take a match, throw it onto the hay and wait for it to all burn down. And there's your golden rod that hasn't been burned. That's apophatic method. You're burning away everything that is not what you're trying to find, which is the truth in this case. You burn away, that's Shiva, by the way. Go into your Shaivism, go into your Advaita, into your Hinduism. That's Shiva. Shiva's opening his third eye, removes the duality of the two eyes. Now you're seeing with the one consciousness that no longer sees duality and no longer is limited to duality and can start. When I say reasoning, that's the only word I have, or contemplation is the better word. You're capable of contemplating not on a systems level, but on a level that's so far beyond the system that it's like seeing the whole thing at the same time. It's what gives the illusion of me being some kind of hyper intelligent fire hose blasting you with stuff that you don't understand. I'm literally speaking in a language that's hard to translate into mundane speech. Some people are much better at it. But you could spend your whole life listening to the greatest guru and not get it because it's not a logical. You don't go A plus B plus C equals non-duality. It doesn't work that way. It's non-duality becomes A, B, C, D. You're putting the cart before the horse. And the non-dual realization reverses that. Now the horse is in its proper place. The charioteer is in their proper place. And the witnessing consciousness is riding in that chariot, having a great fucking time, letting the chariot driver just intuitively know where to go. That's the change that happens. That's why everybody who hits that level of, I'll say realization, that's a common term, they tend to have a more easygoing mindset about everything. They may still on a performative level act angry, but they know that's an act. Like, I know everything I'm doing with you right now is an act in service to social duality. And if I may have feelings arise. I see a nasty comment. There's a feeling that arises, but I'm not that feeling. I'm witnessing that feeling. I have a choice on whether to next manifest a reaction to that, a response to that, and that includes silence. Reaction is not something you're consciously, when I say it's still consciousness, but you're not consciously doing. When you respond, you're consciously doing it. So a reaction is impulsive. It's like hitting your funny bone and you just instantly move your arm. That's a reaction. This is why in politics, everything's emotion-based, because it causes people to react. And that gets you your Hegelian result, your Hegelian dialectic. People react, and that makes them react in a way that you can predict that will choose your outcome. You're rigging the game, right? You're rigging the game.
All right. So Wyatt is asking, he says, what is really doing the magic? Is the magic really doing anything?
Wyatt is, I love Wyatt, but Wyatt he gets stuck in that dualistic mindset. He's asking the wrong question. The real question is, what is witnessing it? Why is it witnessing it that way? And when I say why, I don't mean, it's actually a rhetorical question. Like, why are you choosing that? And if you really walk your way down through that thing, that thought process, you end up with the same answer you get when you say, is there good or evil? There is no cause. There is no cause. If there's a cause, it's not the truth. If it's a cause, it's not consciousness. It's not the divine. It's not Brahman. It's not the truth. It is in Western philosophy, I guess it would be Platonism or Neoplatonism, I forget which, but they would call it the causeless cause, right? It is the source. It precedes all cause. That is what we're talking about. So what is magic doing and who's doing it and blah, 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 blah. That's a dualistic question. Magic in its truest form, it's been corrupted in what we think it is today. What we are dealing with is the peasant magic. We're dealing with the unwashed masses, the swine magic, the pearls before swine. They don't know what the pearls are. They swallow them, shit them out, and they don't really get it. Magic, let's go with Hermetic Golden Dawn, whatever. If you examine the symbolism of it and you go through the process of it, there is subtle pointing at the same things I'm saying. So what is the first step? If you want to be a magician, the first step is to recognize that magic is not a thing that causes anything. It is a path out of the illusion itself. It's literally like taking the red pill, but with a linguistic metaphor system that speaks on a symbolic level in ways that most people don't know the meaning of those symbols. And people make up this thing where symbols always mean the same thing. No, they don't. No, they really don't. If you were in a certain culture, symbolism will work better for you.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone was a comic book head and I really knew my comic books, I could create a non-dual system out of comic book superheroes that might speak their language and get them to work their way out of the delusion. Magic is ultimately and fundamentally, what we call magic is no different than yoga. It's no different than tantra. It's no different than apophatic stuff. It's just a different way of doing it. And the interesting thing about Western magic is that what we call the occult, Western magic, we treat it like a vending machine that grants wishes, but that's not what it's doing. It's actually liberating you from the limitations that prevent you from manifesting that which you truly will without any kind of barrier. And part of that is the recognition that it's already going that way, that everything in this existence is already going exactly as you truly, truly, here's where the language stops, because there's no word here. You could say want, you could say need, but that's not it. It's already going exactly as you, and we'll just put a blank there, because it's not, the closest word we get is like, want, need, prefer, intend, will, but that's not what it is. It just manifests as that in the experiential plane. It comes through as, unfortunately, the ego will say, I want this, when in reality, that's its reaction to what it's already doing, the true self. Mm-hmm. So the ego will say, well, I want to be rich. Well, then why the fuck are you poor? If you wanted to be rich, you would already be rich. No, what you want is the experience of poorness, perhaps becoming rich. That's what you want. When you recognize that, guess what? The training wheels start to come off and things just start to flow in a way that's naturally exactly what the ego needs, what the true self wills. And it starts to happen, and you stop being unconscious of that, and you start having conscious participation in it. In the Indian tradition, again, I love the Indian tradition because in the current era, it's the most complete, sophisticated, and rational one we have for the fundamentals. When you start going beyond the fundamentals, you can go in all different directions. But when it comes to the fundamentals, Advaita is probably the most effective for most people to truly get it. Zen gets very close. For example, Zen Buddhism gets very close. In fact, it's probably equal. It's just different. So in the Hindu tradition, there's what they call siddhis, and it's what we would in the West call superpowers. It would be like the Force. I can levitate, I can light fires, I can shrink and grow, I can jump through time, blah, 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 blah. And they're surface level abilities, right? They work in Maya. But the highest form of siddhi of all is the kind of siddhi that is doing without doing. It is it feels in the egoistic sense like you're predicting the future, but also choosing it. It feels like you're saying, because if you were God in the personal sense, any prediction is also a promise, right? If you say it's going to rain tomorrow, it's going to fucking rain tomorrow because you're God. That's what it's going to do. So You're not predicting, you're commanding, but you're not even commanding because existence itself isn't even under your command. Existence itself is what you're doing. It's literally your thing. That's so when you hit that highest level of again, it's not understanding, but knowing. Reality stops being about causing things to happen and choosing, at least on this level. And on the higher level, that choice is just a shadow or ripple of something that's already there. So you're not choosing, you are choosing, you're going to say, I want the timeline where I'm rich. So you're going to start acting, which are tiny choices, by the way. You're going to start acting in a manner that on one level will be causal. So you're going to do the right things to potentially get rich. You're going to get the right job. But there's an acausal layer as well, because you can manifest things that you have no direct connection to. How? Okay, this is where concepts like the leap of faith come in. When let's say you're doing magic for an outcome. So you're doing not magic that wakes you up, but magic that says, I'm going to be rich. The real act that changed everything, and I'm saying that again in the external sense because that's not what's happening, but so people understand. The act that actually changed everything was the moment before you said or consciously chose to do it. That's when it happened. Mm-hmm. Everything else was psychic activities. They're activities you're doing for a psychic reason so that you can accept or feel a connection to or see a pattern of events that you can accept till that appears.
See, I've always thought that I mean, I might be reducing this down like quite a bit, but I firmly believe that doing magic for mundane successes is a waste of fucking time. And I've always said this, and I've always believed this. It's been true in my life over and over and over again. You know, like the whole idea of like using magic for love and money and shit. Like this is such a stupid fucking thing to use magic for, because those are things that you could obtain yourself. You don't need magic to do it. Like your actions, your movement, your flow in life aligns with the things that you actually want. You doing a ritual to obtain love or money is like you trying to reaffirm to yourself that that's actually what you want. And it's just a waste of fucking energy. Like if you want money, you want this shit, then go out and fucking get it.
You're not wrong in that level, but what the thing that's missing is what I would say is it's not that you should never do those things. Rather, number one, do not be attached to the outcome. Whatever happens, accept it happily. Don't worry about it. If you don't become rich, it doesn't mean your magic didn't work. It means you just don't understand what it's really doing. So doing magic for wealth, love, there's nothing wrong with it. The problem is it's a distraction. If you're doing magic the right way, the first thing you attain is realization. That's initiation. This is why, like, if you go pick up the Golden Dawn, oh, I'm being initiated because I'm learning about the Golden Dawn. Nope. That's the user manual. That's not the initiation. The initiation wakes you up first. In ancient Greece, you had the Eleusinian mysteries where people would go through this ritualized drama show. And at the very end, they get fucking psychedelic up and they perform the myth of Persephone and Hades and Demeter and all of that. And that shows you the life, death, thing. And you're high as, you're on psychedelics and you're literally transcending material reality, what's happening. You're having visions, epiphanies. That's the fucking initiation, is the recognition that this is a dream. Until that occurs, the rest of that, sorry, I didn't mean to knock, I made the dog upset. Until that occurs, then magic is just a bunch of training wheels that you never take off and you never ride the bike. So that's part of the blind. When I spoke to you the other day, I said magic, as most people understand it, is just wall-to-wall blind. It's not magic. It's technology that can be applied after that realization. Then you can use that, but you could also use quantum physics. You could also use anything. Because technically what I'm saying is, remember what I said before, the moment in which magic, as most people think of it, happened was prior to you even saying or thinking or feeling or desiring. It was that subconscious thing which then manifested as all of that. That was the moment when it happened. Everything after that, however, is like part of a leap of faith or a commitment to that, to allow it to occur. And you can do that through prayer. You can do that just by, okay, you don't have to do anything, but doing something has benefits. When you do something, you're setting up a psychological trigger that, in, like, I guess you could say in a chaos magic way, you're communicating with the subconscious and telling it what you want, which again has the cart before the horse, but let's just pretend, you're engaging with that subconscious and making it conscious. You're doing something which allows you to accept the future state without rejecting it in a way that won't let it manifest. This is why, like, root work and I'll often say that magic is about tensions being alleviated and such, because it's really all about removing the barrier between you and that which is already there. You just don't have it manifested yet. Again, let's take this in the context of a dream, because that's exactly what it is. It's hard for you maybe to accept, but it is. This is a dream, no different than the dream you had last night. And just like the dream last night, you don't have to do anything in the dream to dream what you want. There is no requirement. Like, this is why it's kind of funny. Like, this is why I say lucid dreaming, understanding what it means to be lucid is the key. To know you are dreaming is to be lucid, correct? So when you know you are dreaming, and when I say, I don't mean you think it and say, that might be true. I mean, you know you're dreaming. When you know you're dreaming, the dream stops acting causally. It stops happening with dream logic or mundane logic. It starts to just happen. And it happens the way desire is the shadow of what you're doing. So you feel a desire after the fact, right? The desire is not what's causing it. It's prior to the desire. You're dreaming what you will, always. The question is, do you fucking know it? Because just like in a dream, if you don't know you're dreaming, what rules you, the dream or you? The dream rules you just like it does material world. If you put a gun to your head, and if someone puts a gun to your head in a dream, you go, because you think you're going to die because you think it's a real gun. But when you realize you're dreaming, you can make that gun turn into a bouquet of flowers instead. Watch the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once and apply that now to the dream state that I'm describing, that dream realization.
I think I've seen that. I think so.
Oh, it's a fantastic movie. That is a fantastic movie. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's got the dude who played Data and Short Round, Data from The Goonies and Short Round from Indiana Jones. He's one of the main characters. And there's his wife basically finds out that she's one of like an infinite number of herself throughout the multiverse. And this other version of her husband comes and explains this to her and shows her how to use like her little earbuds to do this little action that if she does it will allow her to connect to this other self and learn their ability and use it. It's a great little metaphor for magic, because that's almost exactly what you're doing. So you go watch that movie. That movie's deep as fuck if you understand it. But in the same sense, you don't have any limit in what could manifest next. It's a choice based on what you believe that you're limiting yourself to. In other words, enlightenment, it could be said to be the removal of all limiting beliefs. That's one way of describing it. It wouldn't be wrong. It might not be the best, but it's one way. When you remove all limiting beliefs, reality starts to flow in a way that is no longer about right, wrong, up, down, left, right. I got what I wanted, I didn't. Those are things you might recognize, but that's not the actual. It's if you're fully lucid in this. If I was fully lucid that this is a dream right now and not in an egoic state right now, literally I could make you turn into a bucket of piss water and you'd love it. And everyone would laugh, and we'd all say you're the most beautiful bucket of piss water. And it wouldn't even be that weird because I would make it so it's normal. You see, so it's whatever I will it to be, but I have chosen to be limited. Here's a way to put it. What makes someone a slave? In other words, can you be a slave unless you're already free? If you're not free to begin with, how can you be a slave? Slavery is not a state that you start in. Slavery is a thing that you can be born into, I suppose, but you're not a slave because that's what you are. You're a slave because you submit to the rules of the enslavers. You could always say, fuck you, and get killed. That's a choice, but you're choosing not to do that. Why? Well, I don't want to die. Why? Because I'm attached to this. Oh, there you go. That's a limiting belief that you are this, that you're attached to, but you're not. You can't enslave a non-dualist. They may go along with what you say, but they're not enslaved. They're just choosing, okay, no problem. It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter what it is. You still have preferences, but those preferences aren't what you are, and they're not non-negotiable, right? They're choices you've made. They're things you've chosen to value or worship. So
yeah, it's definitely
worship images.
a lot of what we're talking about tonight is stuff that I'll have to. I really do have
Listen
to kind
to
of
a
look
word
into
over.
it. Well, because here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. What I'm running into is, like, I'll reiterate the point. I'm with you on a lot of things that you're saying, but I can't help but feel that there's a lot of things that you come back with that feel like it contradicts the previous point, and it keeps
I
going
hear
back
that.
into a circle. Like, there's this, but then there's this, but then there's
Mhm.
this with this, but then there's also this,
Mhm.
and I'm not dumbing it down, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not saying he's full of shit. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're full of shit or anything like that, because the thing is, I'm with you on it. It's just there's a lot that
I mean,
needs to be
I could
processed.
answer it right there. It's because you cannot conceptualize it. Therefore, the language runs in circles because you have to qualify, you have to correct, you have to say, this is, like I said, I'm not saying reality is consciousness. I'm saying the word consciousness is the best one that most Westerners have to point at that which is it is. It is not the word consciousness. It's not even what the word consciousness means. It is that which it is pointing at. And that is hard for people to wrap themselves around, because you are, I know you are, just by the way this is going through you, you are not awakened. You are exactly like another person in a dream. And I'm telling, you're in a dream, right? No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but I know I'm dreaming right now. Like, I know I'm dreaming. You don't. And so for you, you're trying to get a logical framework in which that dreaming makes sense. But the problem is, the dreaming is beyond that framework. The framework will always be within the dreaming. You understand? The framework will always be within consciousness, never outside of it. You can never contain consciousness. You can only conceptually divide that which manifests within it. You can't divide that which is. You can only divide what it looks like. So this is why it sounds circular, because someone who maybe is in that Nietzsche spectrum, or maybe in that more intellectually, maybe when I say hard-nosed, some people say that's a horrible, no, I mean that in the nice way. You're a hard-nosed, rationalist. You need things to line up and add up and come to a, A plus B plus C equals bing, and it makes sense. The thing I'm telling you is that what I'm trying to get you to change your perspective to is that which doesn't make sense. And it's not supposed to make sense. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Any one of your Zen koans you want, they don't make sense. They're not supposed to, but they do point at something that when you get it, you go, oh, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. And that is why some people can be awake and have no way of relating to people about it. They can't. You could have someone who's enlightened.
I feel like
next
the
to you.
part of me that's with you is the part of me that went down these rabbit holes, like back in high school and shit, like high school, early college, stuff like that. I think being homeless 3 times, understanding that it was my fault that I was homeless, like that was a realization that I had to go through. Like understanding that the only constant in the negative situations in my life was me. And that the only thing that was going to change that was me. Becoming logical and rational to a certain degree has saved me in a lot of ways. Because people, for example, like, you mentioned when we first met that, like, you're very good at reading people. Like, within the first few minutes of talking to somebody, like, you can tell what their intention is. I got to that same point, but on a completely different path. I'm capable of the same thing. I can sit down and I can talk to somebody within the first few minutes. I can understand whether or not that person is full of shit, whether or not they're lying to me, whether or not they want to fuck me over. I can pick up on all of that very, very quickly. But I got there in a very different way than what you described how you got there.
Well, no, actually, I went through your path first. That's what I was trying to say. My old DH Thorne was like, if you and I met in 2018 and you're exactly as you are now, and I was exactly as I was then, we would have more in common because I kind of intellectually understood it and I had sort of glimpsed it, right? So you and I would be talking about shadow work and Nietzsche and all this other stuff. And like, yeah, take responsibility. It's your fault, bro. It's your fucking fault. But that's a materialistic perspective. Let me put it to you in another metaphor. Play Call of Duty, which that's a first person game, right? Call of Duty is first person. You're playing Call of Duty. It's a first person shooter, right? Are you the dude running through the game, or are you the dude watching the game run? Which are you?
I'm watching the game run.
Just watch it. Well, that's what I'm telling you. You're not Atius, you're not whatever your name is, you're not that body, you're not your khakis, you're not your thoughts, you're not your feelings, you're not your choices, you're not your decisions, you're not even the limiting understanding that keeps you limited to those choices. You are that which is witnessing all that all the time. That is what you are. When you know that that's what you are, you're no longer limited to the game. I can change the game. I can go play a different game. I can get up and have a drink. I'm not limited to the game's logic. But if I want to play the game as it was designed, I limit myself to that logic. That's a choice. So an embodied being, when I'm embodied and I'm not in deep ass meditation, surfing the multiverse or some shit, or just in perfect peace and stillness, I am choosing to play the Earth game, the D.H. Thorne game, really. I'm playing the D.H. Thorne game. And I wake up in what I think is this body, but I'm not in the body. I don't even have a head, just like your first person game. Some of them, they don't even have a head for your, a lot of them do nowadays. But once upon a time, they didn't have a head. It was just a camera point of perspective with arms that, think about a really old video game. It's just a gun. There's no head. It's exactly the same. Right now, you're looking at the screen. Where's the back of your head? Can you see it? No. Does it exist as that? No. You have a feeling that you call the back of your head, but you don't have a back of your head. You have a sensation, and you're actually, if you want to put it in a dimensional, geometric sense, you're literally watching a screen that's like right up to your face. It's like a VR head. That's why the simulation theory works for people, because they can intuitively get, it's like I'm in a whatever, I'm in a holodeck, or I'm in a whatever they want to put it, but they are the witness of this illusion. That's what I'm telling you. I'm just telling you there's no computer there. That's all I'm telling you, is that even a computer would be subordinate to the knowing of it. So that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you to pull. This is why a good way to say it is pull yourself out of this and see it from outside, or pull back from all of these things you are, or cut them off. Close your eyes. What do you see? Darkness. Okay, so you see darkness. No, you're seeing darkness. But is that what you're seeing, right? You're seeing. Darkness is just a way seeing can look. Seeing is prior to darkness. You're not seeing darkness. You're seeing, and darkness is just one way seeing can appear. What is seeing, right? It's a sensation. We call it a sensation. Touch, feel, taste. Thoughts are a sensation. All of these things are experiences. They're called qualia. They're called vrittis in Hinduism. It's the same concept. These are subjective experiences, but even that's not what they are. But for the world of language, we'll call them that. I'm telling you to step out of that world of experiences and see those experiences not as separate, but as something within you that's arising spontaneously. When I say spontaneously, I don't mean random. The same way like a eureka intuition spontaneous, it's more like that. It can still follow what you call will. So it's spontaneously arising in this mystery we call consciousness. That's what you are, is the mystery called consciousness, not any of the things that arise within it. And people struggle because they cleave to, they cling to, they hold on to the illusion because they're afraid of letting it go, because that gives them meaning. Ego requires meaning because meaning requires duality. And this is why it's so hard to let go of for Nietzscheans, for people who are into that. It's very hard because they are so egoistic. Well, there's another way out of that problem, by the way, which is one interpretation of the left-hand path that I used to use, which was make your ego so big it's the whole universe, and then you don't have to worry about the separation anymore. That's a way out. Instead of, I am this guy and I'm not you. No, I'm all of you motherfuckers. I just only see it from here right now. That's an egoistic way to get there. It's a springboard for some people who have a hard time letting go. This is why, like, when we were talking earlier and you're talking about meaning, I'm like, no, because I already knew what your hang up is going to be. It's going to be, when I say hang up, I mean that in a sweet way. I don't mean that like you're fucked up. That's your hang up. That's your attachment. You're grasping this meaning thing, because without it, the ego can't exist. Exactly. That means, yes, to the ego, meaning is higher than itself. But what's higher than meaning? That which perceives it. So I'm telling you, you said to me, you like that I like to, and here's the thing. If you follow the thoughts and you just keep going, and that makes sense. That's a circular thought. That's this. Just enjoy the process. Just let the process happen. This is why you don't go to an ashram or a guru and have them say, teach me what I am, because they can't. They can only reveal to you what you are. And that takes transmission. That takes time, potentially. Some people, it's instant. Some people, you just say one right thing, and the one thing that was holding them back is gone because you've just dispelled it. As you said, we're enspelling people. We're using spells when we speak language. Take, for example, I'm going on a tangent here, but take, for example, when I say be careful. What am I saying when I say be careful? I'm saying be full of care, be full of concern, be upset, be worried. Be grounded in the survival side of yourself. That's a horrible thing to say to somebody. I wouldn't say be careful unless I'm just, not in my right mind. I might say it because it's a habit. But if I really want you to be safe, I will just say, be safe. I'm not going to say be careful. If I say be careful, it's because I want you on edge, right? That's a spell. And this is why spell, words, magic, in the sense that most people mean it, is linguistic, always. It's mind control, because all is mind, all is consciousness, perceiving mind. So magic is always mind control. It is not, I'm using energy to force things. That's syntax. That's not what it is. That's grammar. Right, so that's not what it is.
Let me try to clear something up then. So what is the self? Is the self beyond the mind? Or is the mind the self?
The ultimate self is what in Hinduism is called Atman, and it is that I am. But it's not a person. It's not a thing. It is the point of awareness itself. It is awareness. So the self is awareness. It is not an identifiable object. It is that which all identifiable objects appear within or as part of, or whatever your language requires you to get it. It's not that. This is why it says tat vamasi, that thou art. But it doesn't tell you what that is, because there is no way to say what that is. That's why if you said, who are you? I would say, I am that which knows. I am.
See, the way that I've always broken down the self is I've always I believe that human beings are spiritual creatures, but I've always rejected the idea that the spiritual aspect of ourselves is who we are. I've always said that I believe that who we are is a combination of nature and nurture. We are the signals and the perceptions that our brain develops over time. When the body dies, the mind no longer exists, and therefore who you are as you know yourself now also ceases to exist. The spiritual self can continue on, but the spiritual self is something very different than what the physical and psychological and mental self is. So me, when I die, do I believe that my spirit, or what is considered my spirit, is going to continue on? Yes, my spirit is going to continue on, but my spirit isn't me. It's a part of me, but it isn't me. Me, as you know me, is just electrical signals.
I'm not necessarily saying something different. I'm actually clarifying the terms a little bit, so it's harder to maybe grasp for you, but it's not, when I say like it's harder for you to grasp because you're not in that language space. But you could say, it wouldn't be wrong. It's more like a lower appreciation of the truth. My spirit is not what I am, but it's something that's a part of me. Well, you just said what I just said. I am that which knows those things. That's what I am, and I cannot define that because there is nothing else. Here's an ontological fact. In order for something to be known or understood in the usual sense, there must be a second which would apprehend it. I only know this vape because I see it as separate from myself, so I know it as a vape, right? But if the vape was all that existed and there was nothing else, you couldn't call it a vape because it would be all there is, because there's nothing else to compare it to. It's the one without a second. right? It is the non-dual. It is the one but not one, the two but not two. That's what it is. It does not have a definition. So when you say what, who, or what, any of those words are you, you're asking me for a dualistic definition. You cannot define the non-dual with dualistic definitions. We can use words that point at it, but we can't define it. So that's why when you say, I know I'm not my spirit, but the spirit is part of me, bing, correct. I know that this body is not me, but it's a part of me, bing, correct. What if you extend that to the table? The table is part of me, but it's not what I am. What if you extend that to a star 1 billion miles away? Right? It's the same thing.
Wyatt seems rather obsessed with what you have in your vape.
Tobacco products, Crazy Berry.
That's like the second. It's like the second or third time he's asked in the chat, like, what you're vaping. So it's like,
I love Wyatt. Wyatt's fun. Yeah. So it's like, go watch Fight Club. You're not your khakis, right? So what are you? It's like that, but keep going. That's the mundane level of understanding. You're not your khakis. You're this pasty fucking weak, scrawny guy who has to get tough. Go further than that. Go another layer. Go another layer. And this is why every ancient tradition described the soul as having different layers, parts, sheaths, names, whatever. They always say the same thing because there are distinct layers you can transcend.
Yeah,
one at a time.
I've always had that understanding or that knowing of like the mind being just like, we define our thoughts as who we are. Is that like what goes on in our head? That's who we are. But
let me fuck your head up for a minute. Okay. Who are you really? You tell me who you are. Tell me who you are.
I am.
Just
that's my answer.
Make it a short, one sentence. Okay, but go in the more, take it another level. Who are you in the personhood sense? Who are you?
There isn't a definition to that because the thing is there's so many different aspects of who I am as an individual that it is impossible for me to sit here and tell you or describe to you on any level of who I am. So therefore I am. I exist, and therefore I am.
So good, exactly. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm telling you that your personhood is a thing that only exists right now. None of the things you thought you were is what you are now. You are that. You are that. That's what you are. And personhood is a reflection. Personhood is, how do I put this? In the moment, you cannot rationalize the moment as it's happening. You can only rationalize it after. So that builds a story of personhood. That builds the story of ego identity. I was born in 1977 on a farm and, whatever. No, you weren't. That was an experience that appeared in that moment. And then another moment. But it's all the same now. Changing into what you later call moments that build this persona dialogue, this persona story. The ego is nothing but a story that you're attached to, that you reify as real.
Well, most people define who they are as by things they do, and everything in life is something that you do. Like it would be like trying to define myself as being a metalhead or an occultist. I mean, those are all things that I do. Like I listen to music. Those are all things that you do, and you aren't what you do, right? And so, like I've always been detached against the idea that like the electrical signals, and I hate talking about myself like this, but the electrical signals that are talking to you right now isn't who I am. It's not the whole of who I am.
There's no electrical signals, man. That's another thing. Like this whole, so atoms are not atoms, particles, electrons. They are things that arise when you start splitting hairs enough. They're not, so reductionist logic says, this table's atoms in the shape of tables. Well, what are atoms? Well, that's, subatomic particles in the shape of an atom following rules. Okay, what are those subatomic particles? Well, those are, and they just wiggle around and they just come up with a new ecosystem every layer they go down. Okay, tell me when you get to the thing that it really is, and we'll talk. You can't, because you'll never get there. It's always going to end up being consciousness, the mind that's why the mind is in most traditions equated to the knife. or the blade or whatever, the athame, because the mind cuts, it
Mhm.
slices, it chops. That's what the mind does. It creates barriers around things. It encapsulates by division. So you cannot. So if I often use a story, okay? If what I'm saying is true, just hang with me there. Just pretend. If what I'm saying is true and consciousness is all that is and everything is an illusion or dreamlike existence, right? If I hand you a rock and I say, what is this made of? Well, a materialist is going to break the rock and it's going to pop in half and they say it's made of 2 rocks. Are you sure? Or is that 1 rock that's now 2, right? Well, no, okay, let me break it again. Okay, now it's 4 rocks, 8 rocks, 12 rocks, sand, dust, molecules, atoms. It's atoms. I can't break it. Remember, atomos means unbreakable. Like that's what it's talking about. Atomos is you're getting to the unbreakable. You're trying to get you're not actually getting to the root of existence. You're getting to the least reducible thing. That's what an atom is, really, in the ancient understanding. So when you break a rock down into atoms and then you say the rock is made of atoms, you're fucking stupid. The atoms are made of what you used to call a rock.
Yeah,
well, what is the rock made of?
It reminds me of a comedian. There's a comedian that went on a spiel. I can't remember his name, but he's apparently I'm made of a bunch of atoms that know that these atoms know that they're Atius.
Yeah, which atom knows it's Atius, and which no, seriously, this is I'll break materialism right out from under you if you let me. I will argue you out of it very easily. Which atom is Atius? Now, let's say you could just be a dick and say, well, the one in my brain. Okay, do you know that the atoms in your do you know that the atoms in your body are exchanged with the environment on a regular basis to the point where every 15 years, the only atoms in your body that remain are the ones in the enamel of your teeth? So does that mean you're the enamel of your teeth watching the world?
I guess it would be the purest form.
But if I ripped your teeth out, would you stop knowing who you are?
So for a couple of months at least, like looking in the mirror.
So this actually goes back to an ancient philosophical story, the ship of Theseus. You know that story?
I'm familiar with it, but like it was a long time ago.
So Theseus was a Greek, demigod or whatever, one of their superheroes. And he goes on this odyssey, this adventure, and it's a really long adventure. And he goes on this with a ship because the Greeks were big into, ships, right? So he goes on this ship around the Mediterranean, and as he's going through this, the ship gets damaged and they have to repair pieces of it. And so year by year, day by day, year by year, different pieces are breaking and being replaced until eventually when they pull back into port, there is not a single plank, rope, or any part of the ship that is the same as when it left, yet they still call it the ship of Theseus. Starting to see?
Yeah.
So that's
of course.
Yeah, well, that's it's obvious, right? It's obvious, but apply that to everything you think. Apply that to every single thing you think you are.
Wyatt, I think fate is bullshit. Like I think fate is just dumb.
Yeah, well, on this level, you could argue that fate has a purpose, I could say, but fate, nothing external to you chooses your fate. Fate is, you could argue, so in Advaita, you have the 5 koshas. You have the physical body, you have the energy body, you have the mental body, you have the intellect sheath, you have the causal body, and then you have consciousness, right? The ultimate. Or you could say earth, water, fire, air, ether, and then consciousness. So it's not 6 things, it's 5 things with the 6 that it's encompassed in. That's why I have the pentagram in the circle. The circle is that consciousness in that tradition. So those elements, those elementals, those are planes of perception, of identification. There's all different ways to say it, but they're sheaths of the identity complex. And those sheaths exist. They're actually part of an external sheath. Like there is no internal external when you figure it out. There's just things you define as internal external. So your physical sheath includes this, not just this. Your physical sheath includes the moon, right? But you don't identify with the moon. So you identify just with this because you think this is what because your physical senses feel limited to that. The reality is you are not limited at all. It's just that some things are so subtle to you that you can't consciously detect them, but they're still there. They're still in the physical plane working up, like the gravity of the moon. You don't feel it, but it's still having an effect on you. It's subtle. It's too subtle to feel. In the same way, Andromeda is too subtle to feel, but it is having an effect, isn't it? So subtlety, the subtle body, your energy body is more subtle than your physical. Your mental body is more subtle still than your energy body. Your intellect body is subtler than that. Your causal body is the most subtle of all, and your causal body would be your fate. Your causal body is, this is why the ancients would use the metaphor of usually three sisters or whatever, weaving a tapestry. And the gods every once in a while could come in and fuck with the string, but ultimately it's the three fates that decide. The three fates refer ultimately, all magic, all mythology is psychological when you get down to the root. You're talking about memory. You're talking about things you've been patterned to react, right? That's your reactive patterns. So your causal body are things that feel beyond your control. That's your fate. You're not limited to that fate at all. But if you still have a causal body which has those things, then when I say when you have a causal body, I mean there is no causal body. It's an illusion. It's part of Maya. So you don't have a causal body. It's just the film, the what's a good, like the colored piece of plastic that you're looking through that makes it all look blue. It's a filter. Okay, the causal body is like a filter, and consciousness is peering through this causal body, and it's limited to what that filter is letting it see, but it doesn't have to be that way. Consciousness doesn't have to localize on that one specific filter. It can change filters at will. It just has to, when I say no, it can, the problem is consciousness falls. It falls into delusion because on some level, it's not about belief. It attaches. It becomes like it doesn't want to let go of this specific manifestation. And because it doesn't want to do that, it's caught in a causal loop where it must follow. A must follow B, must follow C, and so on. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's why I say magic. Yes.
I think like the more I listen, it's like I do agree with you. I think the big difference is I just don't go as deep as you do.
Most people don't, right? The reason that you don't have to, the only reason I sound so deep is because I rejected, not when I say rejected. Okay, so attaining realization is not about building a model. It's about literally fighting against the truth until you can't anymore. It's making every model you can until you go, that's not it either. It's literally exhausting this clenching energy that you have to this concept of what it is. Until you let go of the concept and can flicker. How many different paradigms do I talk through? I talk through Advaita, Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, quantum physics, social, all of that. But I don't believe any of them are real, but they're all different modalities in which that I have explored and reasoned through and said, nope, that's all bullshit. So I've mastered them, trying to use them to defeat this without even knowing it. Because the thing is that along the way, you don't know that you're fighting against the truth because you don't believe it's the truth. You're trying to disprove it until you can't. Then you relax and you say, that's it. And when you get there, then the shift happens, the perspective shift happens, and you know that that's what you are. And when you know that and I don't mean you ontologically, logically believe that's what you know that's what you are. When you know that's what you are immovable, literally immovable. The world moves around you. Nothing can perturb you, not you. They can perturb your avatar, your illusion, sure, but they can't perturb you. You are always still and the world moves around you. So you can You can have someone come at you and be like, haha, I proved you wrong. No, you're just a logician, man. That's all you are. You just use logic to create an argument. But if you do what I tell you, if you practice, if you take what I'm saying and really wrestle with it, if you take the practices of meditation or whatever, if you follow those things and you start literally saying, I'm not what I see, I'm not what I feel, I'm not what I think, I'm not what I believe, I'm none of those things. What am I? You will eventually come to something you cannot reduce,
well, I
remove,
think
or
that
otherwise.
I think that's important for a lot of people to come to that specific line of points that you just made, to understand that, like, so I think especially with people like with rage issues, to understand that, you know, to not allow the rage to overcome you, because that is not you. That is just something happening to you or happening to the physical self in the moment. Because we understand, at least, you know, if you, again, to break it down to a logical standpoint, we understand it's a chemical reaction that's happening in the brain, but that's not you. It's separate from you.
I mean, you don't
So-
even really have a brain. It's just other people have brains and you assume you do too. The person that you are appears. Prove me wrong.
No, because then I wouldn't be here.
You don't have a brain. Other people have brains because they're on the outside. You're looking at the external side of themselves. So the brain it corresponds to thought. It corresponds to all of these subtler layers, and it looks, to a scientist, they say consciousness is in the brain. Fuck you. No, it's not in the brain. The brain is in consciousness, my friend. The brain is in consciousness. It's the other way around. It's very obvious, really. It's just that we've built up this house of cards of arguments that they've told us is true. And I'm telling you, that's a conspiracy thing too, because they know that, but they don't want you to know it. Why? Because if you did, look into Gnosticism, bro. I'm basically telling you about Gnosticism now. The archons, the demiurge.
But could it be
ego,
just couldn't it be just as simple, though, as that because human beings need to have an understanding of everything, and need to have some type of structural understanding of how things function, that's where we've come to the point of understanding how the brain works between the conscious and the subconscious? Like, I do think that most of the brain is subconscious, because the thing is like, you don't think about half of the shit that you do in your life, especially after like the age of like 25. Like, you kind of stop thinking at that point and you just kind of start going with the flow.
Sure. But the problem is your premise that you need to. The only thing that makes it a need, again, is ego. It's this attachment to the idea that you are this brain in this box and this blah 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 blah.
Well, that's the mistake, right?
Blah, blah, blah.
But that's the mistake, though, is to say that is what you are, to connect those two things, to say that the conscious and the subconscious is the division and the addition of who you are as a person. That's the mistake. The mistake is in saying that is who you are. I'm not saying that's who you are. I'm saying that these things exist, but it's not who you are. It's an external understanding of, or an attempted understanding of, things that we don't have an understanding of.
Yeah, well, again, it's that need thing. When you put the need there, you're actually putting the need higher than yourself. You can say humans need, but the problem with that is you're talking a social structure still. Humans don't need social structures, technically. You know, you don't need a social structure. When I say a social structure, I mean culture, language. You don't need any of that. You can literally just throw that all away and go live like a wild animal in the woods, and you'd be perfectly fine. Nothing says you can't do that. That's what we used to do according to evolution, right? And it's not that I disagree with evolution as the theory. I disagree with its conclusion. So the evolution that we witness is a choice. We choose to follow this pattern because it makes sense. But we don't have to do that. You can literally right now just abandon society, forget thoughts, words, and everything, and just go live like a wild animal. And you could do so in a way that isn't savage. You could do it very intelligently. Your intelligence doesn't go down when you stop living in culture and society. What happens is you're no longer limited to that language, because that's all it is. It's just syntax. It's just language, right? That's all it is. You don't need that. But to exist in a civilization, a society, a social structure, you do. In Taoism, they call it the red dust. I watched this great channel that explained it recently. I was like, oh yeah, that was beautiful, because I didn't know what the red dust was. Explain it. In ancient China, when you'd like, a Taoist from ancient China, they were like wild people by comparison. They were beyond the pale. And if you look in India, it's the same thing. If you look all around the world, the image of the hermit living in a cave or at one with nature, that's always how it's portrayed, the enlightened master is. So the Taoist would live in the wilderness, and he'd live in more natural life, in alignment with the Tao of nature. Not that social isn't natural, it's just a different way that nature manifests itself. So when someone would go from that to the cities, sometimes they might want to, need to, whatever. So they would go to the city. And in ancient China, the roads were China in that area, at least, probably all of it. I'm not from there, so I'm just going by what I heard. They have a lot of red clay in their soil, right? So when they make a road, there's a lot of red clay, and so when you travel into the city, you get the red dust on you. And so that became a metaphor for civilization. The social mind is what we're talking about. The collective mind, the zeitgeist, the culture. When you start to submit to that culture and it becomes what you are, not simply a medium in which you move, but what you are, the red dust gets on you. And it's hard to get that shit off. You have to leave that to get it off. The only way to get it off of you is to go inward so far that all of this goes away for a little while. And then you go, oh yeah, that's what I am. But you don't even say it like that. It's just, you just know that's what you are. There's no reason to say it. If you went out, like I said, if you don't need language, you don't need culture. If you were born and raised by wolves, would you have language? Would you have intellectualizations about things? No, you just go around, pluck some food, do whatever. You wouldn't be less intelligent. You just wouldn't have a tool that other people have. And you don't need that tool. You don't need a hammer. Like it's like the old metaphor. If all you have is a hammer, everything's a nail. So you as an individual right now, your intellect, culture, social mind is your hammer, and you don't know that that's not the only tool you have. So you're applying it to this thing which isn't a nail. You're trying to apply a hammer to what I'm saying, and you're not going to break it down with that hammer. You're just never going to do it because it's not the right way. So what do you use the hammer for? You use the hammer to break everything that's in the way of this thing you're trying to find. That's what you use the hammer for. Use your language, your culture, your acts, your practices to strip away layer after layer of delusion until all that's left is the truth. And when that truth is discovered, you realize it's been what you are this whole time. It's obvious as can be. There's no question about it. It's not a thing you can be convinced out of, because it's just like if I said to you, like, how do you know you exist? Well, because I know it. Bingo! That knowing is existence itself. That's what existence is knowing. I can't prove to you you don't exist. You know you exist because by virtue of knowing. That's what you are, is knowing. You can play with, what's his name? I think, therefore I am. Descartes. The reason why that's a problem is because when he said that, I think, therefore I am, he was really saying I'm aware of the thoughts, therefore I am. But people hear that and they misinterpret it thinking, I'm thoughts. Oh, on one level, sure, but that's not what you are. You're that which perceives the thoughts. So this is the problem. And this is the problem all the way down. Because, you and everybody that is still asleep, you are trying to explain the experience of the video game by the pixels on the screen, not by the perception of the screen. You're trying to explain things in the mirage, not realizing that's what it is. And you think the mirage is real, but it's just what you're witnessing. It's not dualistic witnessing, but in a dualistic language, that's the way you say it.
Well, I mean, using the video game reference, I think that's actually a really good reference.
It's one of the best ones, yeah.
So there's a lot of things in the background that make a video game work. Yes, you are the one that is perceiving the movement or what is happening on the screen. You are not the person on the screen. You are perceiving it. But beyond that, there's significantly more things going on in the background that make all of that happen.
Subtler things.
Well, significantly more complex things.
Yeah, but are you aware of them right now? Do you see your processor running or the programming code?
No, you
on?
don't. You don't.
Subtle.
But it still happens.
Correct, because it's subtle. It's still happening. It's just so subtle you can't see it. And I'm saying similarly, but here I'm saying even that subtlety is still not the source. It's closer in a sense, because the more subtle you go, you eventually, and by the way, it's only subtle from a certain perspective. If you were to take a microscope and zoom in on your processor, you'd see all those whatever. If you could get the right microscope, you could see the electrons and the quantum states jumping around. You can see all that. But that doesn't and then that would be suddenly a very obvious and gross experience. When I say gross, I don't mean gross like, ugh, I mean like gross.
I get it.
Second or third definition. So it's the gross experience all of a sudden. So you're not tuned into that. So you call it subtle, you call it complicated, you call it all these things. And you're right, it is complicated from a certain point of view.
Mathematically speaking, anyway.
Yeah, but it's still simple in principle. And the principle comes prior to the complexity, doesn't it?
Well, if you think about the history of computers, if you think about where a processor comes from, the original processors were fucking light tubes.
You could argue the first processor was like a fucking what do they call it? The little slide, the abacus.
Oh yeah, the abacus. That was essentially the first concept.
Computer. Bing, 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 bing.
Yep, that was the first idea of like what eventually developed into what we have now. But that all connects, and the reason I wanted to use this reference is because that all connects into what you're talking about, right? Is that natural evolution of complexity. So what we're talking about, or at least where you're at with the way that you kind of discuss things and the way that you're able to kind of pull from, historical reference and things like that, all of these ideas have existed for thousands of years, not hundreds of years, thousands of years. These aren't new concepts that you're talking about.
No. In fact, I'd say they're original. In fact, I'd say everything that we think is true in the modern era is derivative of that. In other words,
here's the thing.
It's a corruption of that. Yeah, go ahead.
But this is the point that I'm getting to. What if the mentality on it is reversed? Because the further we go back into societies and living peoples and their thoughts and their philosophies on universal concepts, the universe, the self, all of these things, it's advanced, but at the same time primitive. So we look at the abacus, and the abacus at the time was an advancement in mathematical technology to be able to, it was significantly more than just helping kids learn math. I mean, that's what it ended up being, but it was significantly more than that in its invention. When we look at the first processors and the filament tubes that were used as the receptors of the processor to process data. So from the abacus to that's significantly more advanced than the abacus, but still significantly more primitive compared to what we currently have and what it's currently capable of. It's not to say that we've forgotten the basis of the idea of what was invented in the past, because it was because of those inventions, it was because of those ideas that we've been capable of coming to the point that we're at now, and God knows where the fuck we're going to go from here. So my point is, where does it come to a head to say, okay, I understand the philosophies of the ancient masters or gurus or whoever you want to talk about or whoever you want to mention, but am I regressing myself by falling too deep into this and letting go of everything that we've learned from the way we are as a species, as an existent physical species, that I know we exist, you know we exist, or you know you exist, and I know I exist, and every single individual knows that they exist. So therefore, through the individual, we know that society exists. We know that people exist because they know that themselves, that they exist. So therefore, inside of their own knowing, we can assume and know that other people exist along with ourselves. Aren't we following the line, like going backwards to a certain degree? Like there's something to learn. There's something to learn. There's something to hold on to. But
I totally get your question, but I'm gonna, once again, here's the thing that a mystic does, and this is what I am when I say, like, identification wise. A mystic takes your question. I totally get what you're asking, because from a mundane perspective, you're right. That's primitive and this is advanced. But here's the problem. A mystic goes to the root and looks at the premise first, and the semantics and all of those things, because that's part of the premise. And it asks the question, why do you consider one thing more advanced than another? That would be the first question to answer your question that I would ask you. What makes something more advanced?
It's not inherent that it is more advanced. It's a deeper knowledge or a deeper knowing of the same concepts.
So let's stick with just so when you say advanced, you're saying it as
a deeper knowing of.
Hold on. So you're implying, and I'm sure when I say this, you're gonna say, well, I don't mean that, but this is what your argument is. You're implying that advanced is better and primitive is not. So let's first ask so to answer your question, so you define advanced as more understanding, knowing what do you think advanced is? Define advanced in a way that I can apply to the question.
So
what is the rubric?
I would define advanced as a deeper knowing using your semantics, which I'm not saying that rudely. I'm just saying this. No. So we're on the same page.
Trust me, I haven't taken anything like. That's why I chose to do this with you, because when I first saw your video, the first video I saw, I'm like, nah, this guy's chill as hell. Whether he gets me or not, he's not going to attack me. He's going to work with me. He's going to be like, what does this mean, man? What the fuck? Even if it frustrates you, you're going to be like, holy shit. So that's fine. Like, if I read people for a living, I know when I'm being antagonized. You're not doing that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're sparring in that touche kind of way. I love that shit. This is more like a debate. This is not an art. By the way, guys, what we're doing is more like an actual debate. There's respect, there's charity, there's willingness to understand. We're not attacking one another. We're probing the arguments for weakness. Totally different thing. Love you, brother. I love it. All right. So let's go back to that. What is advanced?
Advanced for me is knowing in greater detail of the same thing. So I don't think that the scientific concepts that are trying to break things down are necessarily trying to break apart ancient concepts, but rather trying to know more about what we're able to see now that they couldn't in a physical level.
So what you're expressing is a preference for complexity. You're not actually expressing an interest in truth or true advancement. True advancement is not reductive. It reveals the essence, the truth of something truly advanced. A master is not someone who has a billion. Let's go to Bruce Lee. I don't fear the man who knows 10,000 kicks. I fear the man who's practiced one kick 10,000 times. In the same way, what I'm telling you is that, so when you're saying more advanced means I know more details or whatever, what you're saying is you think that this rock, and I'm just using this, as a continuation of the same logic, that this rock is less advanced than a pocket of sand made of whatever this is. You see what I'm saying? So you're saying more advanced is knowing that it's made of billions of atoms. That's not more advanced. That's more complicated.
More advanced would be knowing that rock can be a tool.
Well,
knowing that rock could serve a purpose beyond just being a rock.
Okay, so you're saying that something advanced is technologicizing the truth. So you're turning the truth into technology.
I feel like that's limiting it a little bit. Maybe I'm not wording it correctly, but You know, I feel like that's.
I think you are, because you literally kind of just defined a philosophy that's inherently true. Okay, you literally just defined a philosophy that's true, but it's true in this one sense. So when you say I have a more advanced understanding of something, yes, you have more advanced understanding, but that doesn't mean you are more advanced. That doesn't mean the understanding is more advanced. It's kind of like if I added another letter to the alphabet, is now the alphabet suddenly more advanced? Or is it just more complicated?
Not
Does
inherently.
it really help? Right?
Without purpose. Without purpose.
But then purpose reflects back on what? Preference.
It's like putting bling in the dictionary. It had no purpose.
Oh boy, talk about language, fucking Marxist, man. Anyway, but that goes back to the root I was saying. Language has been so corrupted that people don't know what the fuck they're saying anymore. Right? It's all colloquialism. It's all it is.
Yeah.
So when you go to purpose, what is purpose a reflection of? Purpose is a reflection of an egoic distinction, a dualistic distinction. I don't have and I want have. Purpose, get that thing I don't have. Right? That's purpose. Purpose is the line or the direction to the outcome that you want. Right. So when you say an abacus is less advanced than a computer, what you're saying is that the abacus is a less effective way of getting to what I want. But that doesn't make it more advanced or less advanced. It's simply more effective. And we call it more advanced because it's so much more man, that's advanced. But if all you need to do is count beans to fucking make sure that you're getting the right number of grains of the right number of sacks of flour on a donkey, you only need an abacus. You don't need a computer. So the guy who's a guy living in ancient Samaria who's doing his little cuneiform tablets with an abacus to make sure that all the merchants coming out, he doesn't need a fucking computer. You might even look at the computer and be like, why the hell do you need all that? That's not advanced. That's cumbersome. Give me my abacus. He would tell you you're less advanced because you can't do the job the way he can. Now, of course, yes, you're a computer guy. You could figure out how to make this networked fucking spreadsheet and all this shit. Sure, that's way better for the way you would do it. But in his world, he doesn't need that at all. So it's purposeless to him.
Exactly.
Think about a video game. What purpose does it serve? Entertainment? Do you need that for? No, it just helps. It gives you another way of entertaining yourself, and it's more interesting because it can do the things that you don't realize you can do with your own mind if you really get there. I do it every night in my dreams, right? You know, what's the difference? So advanced, when you're saying, are we regressing? The ultimate masters to the people stuck in this material delusion seem very simplistic, or they seem very unadvanced. And yet they might understand everything that you know, as well as you know, or better. You might be talking to someone like me, who's an autodidact, high IQ, ADHD scanner, who literally looks at the world and goes, I want to know everything. So to you, I sound advanced, but what I see is a bunch of mud that I have to wade through when I want to talk to people. And I wish I could just be like, zip, and just give it to you, but I can't, because on this level, it doesn't work that way. The more advanced me would just be like, and you'd get it. And that's what Zen does. If you look at Zen Buddhism, that's what koans do. That's what all of their teachings do. They're direct pointing, simple statements, simple concepts, maybe a paragraph that when you read it, awakening can happen because it dissolves some bit of complexity that you're clinging to. And this gets to the root of it. This is why in fiction, we often see this trope where the ancient civilization's more advanced and the newer one's not, or the ancient civilization was better and happier and the new one is not. We almost always, that's a very common trope. It's like 80% of the tropes in science fiction and fantasy. You see this all the time. And the future can be super advanced, but there's always something in the past that we're missing. Always. Or that we still cherish. Because
I agree.
Because I'm telling you right now that in every tradition, every religion tells you the same thing. The fall of what we call humanity. Christianity says it was the original sin. Hermeticism would say the incarnation. Duality would say incarnation, blah, 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 blah. They're all telling you the same thing. The fall is not a sin like you did a bad thing moralistically. Sin is ignorance. Sin is dualistic ignorance. You fell into a state of dualistic ignorance because prior to that, you could do anything instantly. So have you ever heard it said that the material world is just part of the astral world? Because that's the truth in the metaphysical cosmology of that tradition. What we call the material world is not separate from, it's part of the same astral existence. It's just one dimension of it, one plane of it. And it's not a hard plane, it's a porous plane, it's a gradient, it's like a rainbow. You're in yellow, like the material world is yellow, and the infernal realm is red, and the heavens are blues, right? Why is that color always there? Why is it always like, why is green always earth, red's always hell, and blue and purple's always heaven? Why? Because we're talking spectrum again. So the material world is part of the astral. The astral realm, most people would look at that and say, that's basically dream. That's basically an infinite dream. That's basically what the astral, yes, now you're getting it. The material plane is part of the astral in which most people, so the material plane is a state of mind. It's just a state of mind, period. End of discussion. There's no other thing. And everything that appears in the material plane appears logical because it's mental. And mental is logic. It's reason. And it may be ABC logic or XYZ logic. Logic is logic, whether it makes sense or not. So there's a pattern of conformity. Now, it's not that it conforms to it. It's that you conform to that pattern and limit yourself to only that perspective. So material plane is a limited perspective of the infinite. The infinite,
I would
be Maya.
I would describe it more as trying to allow both to exist simultaneously, because the limitations on myself aren't limitations set by myself. There are
What sets those limitations then?
What sets those limitations is the physical being, is the meat sack. But me, I don't have those limitations. The meat sack has those limitations.
Even the meat sack doesn't. But go ahead. I can touch on that. But I hate it. I hate what I do because I hear things and go, oh, I could just, right there, it's like kill shot for me. Like that's unfortunate for me. It's like not competitive, but it's like I'm a kid in school.
Fine. That's fine.
Me. Ooh, so finish your thought. I am so sorry. I got to stop doing that.
It's fine.
Train me, oh guru, how not to do this.
So the way that I've always looked at it is there is a simultaneous spectrum of existence. And because it's on a spectrum, it's never just one thing or the other. It's everything simultaneously all at the same time. And it's when you understand, which I'm assuming by this very extensive conversation that we've had this evening, you do.
I might think I do anyway. We only think we understand, bro. Nobody really understands.
Right. But like when you understand and when you know how that spectrum functions, it's easy to kind of ebb and flow inside of the spectrum. But the spectrum inevitably exists. The aspect, the illusion of duality always exists. And that's where duality comes from. Duality comes from the spectrum of existence. Because it's so difficult for most people to know or understand or define in steps the gradient of existence, it's easier to separate it into two and say there's this and there's this, and this is what we exist in. In actuality, it is that gradient, it is that spectrum. And so it's not that I think that there's something wrong with the material world or living materialistically in the philosophical sense. There's
nothing wrong with doing that, no. Any non-dualist that says you have to stop doing that, that's only a practice. It's not the point. As a practice, yes, but not the point at all. So go on.
So within that, that spectrum of existence and materialism. And again, not materialism as in things. I mean, yes, things, but not focused
Day
on
to day. In Zen, they would say before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. It doesn't change the things that you experience in that way. Okay.
Exactly.
Right.
So
you're still going to live that same life.
Exactly. But it's to understand the other side of things, whatever you want to call that. Like if you want to call it spiritual, I call it spiritual. Even though that's even just another aspect of that spectrum. There's more on the spectrum. But if we want to go dualistically, where we're going to talk, there's the material and there's the spiritual. And that's basically how Christianity has broken shit down.
In language, we have to make dualities. We have to, because otherwise we can't communicate. Without dualities, I can't say this, that, and the other thing. I'm literally just quiet because language is duality manifest, if you will. I will say one thing though, duality is not always there. Duality is not something that exists. Duality is a frame. It is a mental
It is.
frame.
I agree I agree.
Yeah. So duality is not the eternal. Duality appears in the eternal.
I mean, duality has always pissed me off.
Yeah. Duality is the illusion, right? That's what I keep, like, look in a mirror, right? But use a mirror as an easy metaphor. If you look in a mirror, are there separate things in that mirror? No, not at all. That's one image beamed at you and your brain's going, that's my body, that's the thing behind it. But if you shut your mind off and just look at it, it's just the image. There's no separation between any object in the image. You distinguish the objects, but they're not separate. Exactly. I like to use the wave in the ocean metaphor, right? There's not two waves on the ocean. There's just an ocean that's waving and it looks like two bulges. But it's not two bulges. It's really, it's an ocean, man. It's just an ocean.
It's one body of water.
Right. And space, for example, very similar. What is a planet? What is another planet? What is space? Two things inside a third. The third is what's really real. And the planets are just manifestations of that.
Even like the if you want to go on the planet side of things, the way that most people define planets doesn't fit what most planets are, because when people think of a planet, they think of a planet like Mars or Earth. But then you've got planets like Saturn and Jupiter. And those technically, by the definition, societal definition, not scientific, but the societal definition, those aren't planets because they don't have a surface.
Nope. So you're talking about macro scale gravitational centers, right? You're talking about macro scale gravitational wells. And that's what makes something a thing in our sense of reality, okay? When you say I have a planet, you're talking about a gravity well. you know, that's ultimately what that's the only thing that really is universal to all planets. It's got a gravity well. It's a bit of space-time that's denser than the rest. Let's go to etherism, for example. Etherism would tell you that there are no atoms. Those are actually just perturbations in the etheric field, which is consciousness. But they would say that it's perturbations in standing waves. An atom is a standing wave, or a particle is a standing wave in the etheric field. It's like when you have, two ripples coming together or whatever, and sometimes they create a standing wave where it looks static, but it's not. It's still doing its thing. It just looks like it's permanent, but it's not. So all physical matter is just perturbations of the ether, which manifest to our ability to perceive as things, right? But it's still the same ether. This is why space ether is the fifth element, right? It's the highest element prior to consciousness.
Well, this is where that concept of everything's connected comes from.
Yep.
Because everything is everything.
That's actually a subtle linguistic trick. It's got a double meaning. It's actually telling you something that you can only get when you step outside language. If you say what you just said, everything is interconnected, everything is connected. If everything's connected, that means there's only one thing. If there's only one thing, there is no thing, because there's nothing apart from it. So therefore, there is only the thing, the existence that it is, manifesting as multiple things through illusion. So you're basically saying already, there aren't multiple things. There's one thing which appears in many ways. You're already saying that, but because your English dictionary in your head is reified so that things become real things, separate things.
Trinity, I think most of us have thought these things on drugs when we were younger.
I'm always on drugs, even when I'm not, baby. Woo! Drugs, look, if I could go on a tangent, natural, what I call natural medicines like weed, psychedelics, a couple of others, but those are the primaries. for most people. Used in moderation, correctly, and with intention and respect, are absolutely door kickers. The problem is they can become crutches. I made a post on Facebook you might have saw the other day about meditation, where I said if you having robes and a cushion in a meditation room doesn't make you more advanced a meditator, right? In the same sense, if you require the robes and the cushion and the meditation room to meditate, then you're not really good at meditating. You have a requirement. To say that you have mastered meditation means that even in the course of our dialogue, I can be existing as consciousness, watching my mouth move, knowing what it's going to say next, feeling like I'm causing it, but ultimately I'm just a witness of it. So that's a constant meditation, to constantly be in that state of I am consciousness, witnessing all this. In the same way, I'm losing my train of thought. Where was I going? I might have to. Somebody in the comments, tell me where I was going with that.
No, I mean, I get everything that you're laying down, and I think we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it differently.
That's the other fun part of metaphysical discussions, is because ultimately, when you start splitting all this down, I mean, you start netting, when you burn the haystack down, you're like, but I was saying the same thing, just with different words. There's another clue. Language is part of the barrier. You're using language to try to define which is outside of definition and which definitions occur, right? Just like you can't define space by a planet, you can't define consciousness by words or thoughts. In a very similar way.
But we're both trying to do that, though.
We have to get people to look past the words. You'll notice the difference in what's the word, the dialectic, the language we're using. You are building structures. I'm breaking them every single time. Every one of your ontological structures that you're building as an argument, I look at you and your foundation's wrong. I just flick it out of the way and the whole thing falls over every single time. It's not a brag. It's just how this works. You train yourself to do that in the mystical art. You learn to break down what's not real and just, that's not real. Get out of the way. You're holding me up, man. This is the truth. And so what I'm doing is I'm not attacking you. I'm not even attacking your argument. I'm attacking your premises. I'm just going, that premise is easily dismissed, easily. And it's not a brag. It's just like, it's like, oh, thank God, it's so easy. Oh, it's a relief. It's a relief. And that's part of enlightenment, is the relief of knowing that you can break all this down easily, so it doesn't really mean what you think. It doesn't hold the realness that's making you uncomfortable and unhappy, right? Like pain. You said it yourself earlier. Pain isn't a thing. It's something you're experiencing that you're embodying. If you're stupid, and if you're wise, you don't. You feel the pain. There's a feeling of pain, but you're not the pain. The pain doesn't cause anything. What causes something is your rejection of the pain and saying, I don't want the pain, so I'm going to do the other thing. That's what it is.
Well, I had to learn that really early on. I mean, I know we're not talking about anecdotal experiences, but I figured might as well. Why not?
I think that's a universal experience.
Well, I think the way that what my stepdad used to do as a punishment, because I grew up in the country, so if I was disrespectful or didn't do something I wasn't supposed to do or something like that, I was made to. We had about, I don't know how long the driveway was, but it's probably about 1/8 of a mile, 1/10 of a mile, something like that. It was a pretty long fucking driveway. And it would go uphill, right? And so what he would do is he would make me stack cinder blocks on my arms. So about 6, 7 cinder blocks ending. And I would have to go up the driveway, then down the driveway, then up the driveway. And for no defined amount of time, it was until he decided that, it was enough times. And there was times that I would go out in the morning and I would come back in 10, 11 o'clock at night. And there was a point where I had to teach myself that what I was feeling, I wasn't feeling it. That it didn't exist.
Good. I can give you a very good secret in a minute if you want, but let me know when you're done.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. Here's what punishment does. Here's why punishment is actually a valid approach, to a point, because you don't want to abuse, but you spare the rod and spoil the child is not, some patriarchal bullshit. It's actually it's a deep understanding of psychology and the human condition.
Mm-hmm.
So here's how this works. If I punish you, on the surface level, you're saying, on the surface level, it looks like I'm saying, if you do this again, I'm going to punish you. And if you don't want to be punished, don't do it. True. That's the surface level of it. That's the law system. But there's another layer below that. When you're punished, it's unpleasant. And the more unpleasant it is, right? When something's unpleasant, what do they say? Pain is just weakness leaving the body, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a famous saying, and it's completely true. When you're punished, you experience pain. Weakness is leaving you. So what does it do when you start to become less and less fragile so that pain doesn't hurt you anymore? It's an experience, but you don't hurt anymore. You don't suffer it anymore. You become less controlled by pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're less controlled by pain, you're more free to act without fear of pain. You become more liberated. When you become more liberated, you are less likely to be provoked into doing something that you would regret, that isn't what you want to do. So pain and suffering. Pain is subordinate. Suffering is a choice. Pain sort of is too, but you can experience pain without suffering, and I do it all the time. Pain, and you do too, apparently, because when you say I was punished and now I'm just like, I can take it. Pain, when experienced, allows you to let go of provocation. It allows you to let go of control. It allows you to let go of the reasons that you might do the things that cause punishment. So the theory is, if you punish not too much, not too little, a child grows up in such a way that it looks like on the surface they've learned a bunch of laws and abide by them. But what's actually happened is they've lost some of their perturbability. They're no longer triggerable. That lack of triggerability means, it doesn't just mean that in a social, it means that across the board. This is why people who are like weightlifters and shit, they fight better, not just because they're stronger, but because they're used to the pain of that. So you can punch them like, fuck you, right? You can't provoke them the same way with pain, and apply that across the board to every aspect of your experience. This is why you would self-flagellate. It's a punishment, but what's the point of punishment? So that you are immune to that stressor that causes the behaviors, or causes, when I say behaviors, I mean choices that lead to suffering. Mm-hmm. So that's a much more grounded, like deeper down reason that punishment works. It has nothing to do with aversion. It's more about eventually you become strong enough that you cannot be forced. You can't be coerced. You can't be triggered or provoked. You are so comfortable with pain that someone in your face saying, you're a piece of shit, your mother died, and blah, 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 and saying everything that hurts your feelings, they can't provoke you into doing anything. And if you do something, it's not because they provoked you, it's because you've decided, for whatever reason or not reason, preferably no reason, but compassion, which is not a reason, it's beyond reason, to act, right? So someone in my face calling me a fat dumbass, if I give in to that pain and let it rule me, I haven't learned the lesson of pain yet. I haven't learned yet. So I need more pain. And so I'm going to react. I'm going to punch the dude in the face, going to get a ride in the car to jail, more punishment, more suffering, blah, blah, blah. And it's just going to harden you. But some people, it doesn't work. They've hardened themselves against pain, not to endure pain, not to be with pain. They've learned to harden their avoidance of pain by creating a wall. And they say, I'm not going to let you hurt me. I'm going to attack you first. That's how you get criminals and shit. That's how you get people who reflexively go right to their gun in their pocket on the street because you said a bad word to them. They couldn't control that if they tried, right? The people who do stuff like that, they're not responding to something. They're reacting to something. And people who react are generally criminals. It generally leads to criminal back in our sense of the legal system, because someone who is reactive can't resist the urge to do the thing that they're not supposed to. So you can this is all psychology stuff. Like you can break this all the way down, and the fundamental level of it is your being punished was a blessing, even if it sucked, even if you hated him for it. Maybe he went too far in your instance. I don't know, but you seemed pretty good to me, so it did seem to work. Doesn't mean you say, great job, Dad, if you have a problem with him because he was abusive or anything, but it does mean you stop blaming yes.
What happened with that, So, and I think that this is where like I kind of fall into, I guess, what you might consider the mundane, perhaps. But what happened with that is there are many years that him and I didn't speak, and there were many times that he did go over the top.
Sure, mine did.
Like I mean,
I wasn't
I've
physically,
had
but
I had broken bones. Like I mean, shit. Like I mean, blood all over the walls and shit. Anyway, that's beside the point. Years go
I
by.
can relate. Psychological for me. I totally get it.
You know, mine was kind of both, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And
but look at what it turned you into. Just
well, I forgave him. That's what that's what flipped me. That's what that was the thing. Like I didn't tell him that I didn't tell him that I forgave him. Like I just forgave him because I figured
you just forgave him.
Because the thing is like forgiveness isn't about telling the person, "Oh, I'm forgiving you. I'm forgiving you for what you did," because then you're just going to get in an argument. Because most people that do stuff like that don't even remember doing it. Because he's a perfect example. My mother would bring it up to him, and he didn't remember any of the shit that he did to me. And
was it alcohol, or was it more of a psychological disorder, or was
it was I was just dude barely drank, dude. Like when he drank, he drank half a beer. Like I mean, like so it wasn't alcohol. But the last year he was alive was the year that him and I started talking. Everything that I needed from that man when I was a kid, like he gave to me. Like I'm proud of you, you know, I'm this, I'm that, you know. And I don't regret that at all. I don't regret forgiving him. I don't regret letting go of the shit because everything that I got from him during that, I wish I had more time. I really do. Like, but I'm glad that I had the time that I did. You know, it's yeah. I mean, it's just that there's nothing else there. There's nothing else I can say about it.
You integrated something that most people can't, right? I did something similar. My mother was, and I still love her. You probably might even still love your father, even if you don't want to say it, because love is not a spectrum of love and hate. It's love encompasses hate and like is what it is. Like is the other end of hate, not love. Love is always. You still probably deep down love him. You might resent him. You might, hate that activity. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. What the magic that happened is you transcended the experience and became more authentic to yourself. And you said, I am a good person. And my father did bad things to me. And when I forgive him, I'm forgiving the bad things. I'm forgiving those things. What does it mean to forgive? It does not mean you let someone off the hook of consequence. You can, but that's not what it means. Forgiveness means you no longer are attached to what happened, and you can let go of it so completely that even if nothing bad happens to them, you're still okay. You don't care about the outcome of what happens to them anymore. You might still petition for justice, but you're okay. Your forgiveness means that you no longer hold them as a cause for who you are. You realize you have a choice now. So when my mother was still alive, and I wouldn't really confront her what she did because I knew she wouldn't understand. Sometimes I would, but I really didn't like to, because she would not understand. She had a narcissistic streak because of alcoholism and her social. So my family going back was very wealthy. If you go back to my great granduncle, he was a 33rd degree Mason, a Shriner. He owned fucking cities. He was like, a Paris Hilton type of. My grandmother was Paris Hilton wealth, and her father, her uncle was like Mr. Hilton himself. He was up there with the Vanderbilts and all those people. He had Ajax rubber and tire and all that. His family goes back to royalty, all of this kind of stuff. So when I was raised in a family where my grandmother still was of that blue blood, Atlantic, continental, upper class, wealthier than any, like nobody would look, even the wealthy people wouldn't be like, ha, you're not wealthy. She was old fucking money, right? So I was raised with that sort of pride. My grandmother would tell my mother, you are superior to everyone because of breeding, because of this and that. But remember, that makes you responsible. That was the good in them. But they had a problem. Because of their life, because of how they were raised, right? They were both alcoholics. And my grandmother stopped being one, but she still had the mental scars of it that made bad behaviors. And my mother was abused similarly. And so she became like a socio-narcissist, right? Deep down, she wasn't. but that was her behavior pattern. And when she was drunk, it was magnified. So she wouldn't just, punish me. She was too small to really hurt me with spanking. That stopped at like 3. I was, what is that? That's a bug. So you couldn't intimidate me with physical punishment. So it became psychological torture instead. And you could say is a psychic vampire. You could say I am one as well, because I have the capacity. If I don't like you, I break you down and I feed off the energy that pours out of you when you're screaming. It makes me feel good and enervated, and like I could fucking conquer the world when you're, except I have a conscience and I'll feel bad. But so we would fight, and it made me harder. It made me a better arguer and debater. It made me better at analyzing people, because I had to understand her to defeat her arguments. Because her arguments were always coming from a place of egoic selfishness. And when they weren't, they were still put to me that way. So I had to break down her psyche to understand. And I learned to be sensitive to people's emotions, to people's words, to the subtle contexts, to things that people don't pick up on. And I read people for a living. I literally know people's inner state. I don't know what your specific thoughts are, but I know where you're going. I know what your feelings probably are. Very high degree of accuracy, especially if you're not someone who's good at hiding that stuff. Some people are very good at masking. It's a little harder. But I'd say 95% of the time, it takes me about 2 minutes to get a read on somebody. And from that point on, there's a reason I'm popular, right? And it's not because this is who I am. It's because I'm reflecting who you need me to be every moment. Now, I get a lot of it wrong. I'm not saying it's perfect, but that's the reason why I'm charismatic. It has nothing to do with, I just have the right way to speak and everyone loves it. No, I am a chameleon based on what you need me to be. So I speak that way. But I learned that because I was abused, right? I had to learn how to be that way. Growing up, I saw it as just abuse. I didn't see it as a value. I said, this fucking sucks. I wish she would die. I don't want to say that, but I wish she would just go away and torment. It drove me a little crazy. It made me do stupid things, right? Well, that's the excuse. It was the excuse for the stupid things I would do. It made me more violent. It made me good at it. It made me very aggressive. Unless I liked you, then I was very defensive of you. Like I would protect you from a bullet. Like it didn't bother me. I wasn't afraid because I've been through hell already.
Yeah.
That eventually, once I got married and found some peace in my life, and I realized, wow, life doesn't have to be like that. I started having the ability to introspect in a different way. And then the mysticism came in. And now I'm sitting here going, without all of that, the ego would not have been purified without all of that. I needed that pain. I gained skills from it. There is no negative here. There is no net negative to what I experienced at all. None. So there's no regret. There's no blame. There's no hostility. That's forgiveness, is recognizing, hey, you made me who I am right now. And this made me stronger. This made me free.
Well, on that note, we've been running this almost 4 hours, so I think it's about that time. I did have some questions.
Won't keep going forever.
Right? I mean, I did have some questions that I was going to pull out because CJ Anger?
Yep.
Had a question. Wyatt had 3 of them.
I mean, if you want to try a few of them, we could see if I could do them in like 5 minutes or less, but it's up to you.
All right. So the first one by CJ Anger says, DH, what new developments and discoveries, if any, have you made about shadow people?
I wouldn't say a lot, simply because the Shadownomicon, when I wrote it, it was always meant to be like, I wasn't telling you what they were. I was giving you tools. And I wrote it in a way that let you believe it. I'm not saying I didn't have those experiences I talked about, by the way. Those were completely honest. I'm always sincere. I may elaborate. I may dress it up, but it's all real. So in other words, when I say I saw a shadow person, I have seen what people call shadow people. I've seen them internally and externally. So there's nothing, I haven't really learned anything more about them in that objective sense, like the external shadow people, what are they? Because I don't think that that's what they are. I think that there are beings that we sometimes experience as shadows. But when I'm speaking of shadow people, I am speaking of beings that feed off of and are reflections of, mirrors of the parts of us that we manifest but are unaware of. So your dark side, your shadow side, the part of you in the Jungian sense, shadows can be positive things, right? What it means to do shadow work, most people get into it looking for the negatives because that's just how we're programmed. We go, I'm looking for that bad habit and what the source of it is. Well, your good habits are also part of a shadow, guy. Figure that out. Your good habits are also
Jung is very specific about that, though. Like, Jung has like talked about, like, it's just the parts of you that you hide from the external self.
Absolutely. But that's not how
self.
most people see it. Most people who engage with shadow work in this world, they treat it as the negatives. Like I do. So I went hard on that. And so I gave you tools to personify them, right? They were channeled, they were inspired, but they were referential to things I experienced, 100%. Like none of it was, I didn't sit there and be like, I know, I'll make this shadow, the blah, not at all. These were all things that I had witnessed, experienced, or otherwise channeled through the process of my life and writing the book. But what I gave you in that book was like a map of consciousness that some people could use. Is it good for everybody? Abso-fucking-lutely not. People would look at my 7 shadow people and be like, well, that doesn't really apply psychologically to archetypes. No, it doesn't. But I personified a basket of things so that you could manifest that persona in ritual and practice. They might even manifest to you internally or physically. You could have a relationship with your shadow. If you personification is often treated as bad when it comes to psychology or spirituality, because at the levels that I'm talking. But that's not true. Personification is a useful tool, but the reification of the persona, that's the problem. When you say that is that, now you're having a slight issue. Like when we were talking about gods and theism. And I said, there's nothing wrong with theistic practices, but reifying the deities as if they are objective things in the way that most people, I'm not saying they can't be objectified, but I'm saying in the way most people treat them is usually delusional. You're seeing another part of reality that's not here right now. It's hard to explain again. This is like one of those, like, I need like a whole big wet board, dry board to fucking draw the diagram. But you're manifesting something in the higher self that doesn't have a form. So you're saying, take one of the cool shadows, like pick a shadow, like Ronzael or something, and he's about vengeance and wrath and blah blah blah, and that's classical 7 deadly sins stuff. Well, what are the 7 deadly sins? And but really, what you're doing is you're taking something that most people would see that and go, yeah, I could see that part of me in me. And yeah, even the way it looks, like maybe it doesn't look like that to me, but I get what he's going for with that image when it's the woman with the child and she's helpless and needy and, all this stuff. Those symbols, they're images that help people in this current cultural frame connect to something subconscious and turn it inside out and talk to it like a friend. Talk to your shadow like a friend, an ally, even if it's adversarial. It doesn't matter. You can have a friend who's adversarial with you. It happens all the time. See that as a friend and learn from it. Pull that part of you out and use it. So have I learned more about the shadow people urban myth or thing that people experience? No, I haven't learned anything more about that. But hopefully what I just said helps you understand what Shadownomicon was actually doing.
Okay.
And sometimes someone will use deceptive methods to tell you the truth, and that's sort of what I was doing with that. I was giving you something for a novice, saying, oh, this is very advanced magic. Bro, that's like fucking shit I was doing when I was 13. There's nothing advanced about it at all. It's just meant to be intimidating. It's meant to test you. It's meant, every part of that book, I shouldn't say this because then it'll stop working for people who see this first. But people who get that book and believe what's in it, that's a scary fucking book if you believe what's in it. And that's part of the process, right? It's turning that that story. And that's what mythology does. If you let it be real, that's why it still has validity to it, because you can still gain something from it on one level and then go deeper and then deeper and then deeper. So I'm going to end that. So what's the next question if we still got the minute?
I'm kind of worried to get into it.
Well, I'll say that's too complex if it's going to take me like an hour to explain it.
So the next one I think is worth asking. I don't mean that to sound rude, Wyatt, but I mean most of the questions are from you. One has already been answered. It's what's in your vape. So we did that one earlier. Is so far for you, what has been the most efficient spirits or currents of magic you have worked with? Efficient as in most revelatory. For me, it's been the Lovecraft current.
Okay. Early on, I still like Lovecraft as a personified metaphor. I still love it, because if you understand what Lovecraft might have been actually talking about with some of his, like, take what's his name? Come on, I know this. Azathoth. If you read the description of Azathoth, it's describing Vishnu, or it's describing Brahman, quite literally. It's just turning it into a monster with lots of mouths and eyes and things drumming around it. It's taking Gnostic or Neoplatonic cosmology and making Azathoth the monad, or the one, or the source. That's all it's doing. So it's actually, that's why it can still be surprisingly, because symbolically it's all there. It even tells you that's what it is, because it tells you that the universe is a dream of Azathoth's mind, right? Well, there you go. That's basically non-duality one. You're Azathoth, in other words, you fool. You're Azathoth. You're sleeping. You're in a dream, man. So that's why the Lovecraftian current works for some people. I think that's why it worked for me, because that was how I related to it, and it became something I could hold on to and work with. So Lovecraft's fine. The most efficient, though, or the what did he say? Was it most efficient? Was that what he said?
Yeah, efficient, okay, as in the most revelatory.
Yeah, so the most efficient kind of magic is the wayless way. It's literally doing nothing and just knowing it's going to turn out the way you need it to. It's like saying, I have faith in God, except it's not a dualistic thing. There's a God out there looking out for me. Oh, I hope. No, this is, holy shit, all of this is exactly what I need it to be, want it to be. This is my will right now. All of this, even your words at me, because you're me in another form, right? You are the same non-dual consciousness witnessing itself through you as I am through me. Our identity is the same at that level, but on the personal level, it's not. So the ultimate magic, the ultimate most efficient, most revelatory magic, period, is when you transcend the need to do anything at all. And if you ask any, like, deep down the rabbit hole mystery school guy, like ask Damien Eccles, he probably agree with pretty much what I just said. You know, he's spoken of masters that he's known who could just turn a thing on their finger, a ring on their finger, and shit would happen. It doesn't even, the magic happened before you twisted your ring, man. The thing that you're looking for happened before you did anything, always. And once that clicks, you stop proceduralizing everything except when you feel like you need it. It's kind of medicinal rather than dietary, as Alan Watts would say. Magical rituals, including the ritual. So here's the funny thing. We were talking about money and doing shit for love and money. Bro, you did magic when you were like, oh, I could use some romance, right? Before you even thought that the magic already was done for that. That was already put in motion, man. You're not preventing the magical thing from happening. You're not, that's actually sort of a shadow you have, is saying, well, I don't want to do that because that's an inferior practice, and I would never do the inferior practice because that's going to hold me up. That's why I sort of laugh when people say, I won't do money spells, whatever. And I'll say, I won't do money spells, but not for the reason you won't. And it's not because it's like an attachment for me. It's that maybe it's an attachment for you, or, you know, stuff like that. There's literally nothing you shouldn't do with your magical intentions. The question is it a reflexive desire? So the most efficient thing is to remove all that reflexivity that need to do the thing for it to happen. The bad news is, until you reach even further than I am in terms of my ability to let go of the delusion, because I'm still here, I'm still talking, I'm still feeling like, hey, this is Thorne right now. I don't do it all the time, but most of the time that's where I'm at, like when I'm in a social setting. I can't do that. I can't just be like, I know where this is going. And when I say I know where this is going, it's the same as a command. It's not a prediction. It's the same. Command and prediction are the same thing at the highest level of existence. There's no difference. That's the highest. That's it. It doesn't get any higher than that. The problem is getting there requires lots of baby steps and training wheels, and you have to let go of all these little dualistic requirements. So play with your Lovecraft, man. Keep playing with it, and then maybe move on to something more formulated that's more rational as you get older and your experience grows and you have more words to play with and more experiences to play with. But for now, keep doing what you're doing, but keep listening to me when I tell you you're still stuck in your mind. You're still trying to rationalize the irrational. Until you stop, you're not going to get it. But if you stop before you're ready, that doesn't help either. You have to finish burning through the fuel. So, done.
All right, fair enough. I think that's going to cover it right there.
Good, brother.
Yeah, because my wife is going to stab me. If
that's all right. I can't tell you how many people I've had on my show that have said similar things.
Right. So, no, man, this has been amazing. I've enjoyed the conversation. You know, and I figured, like, I mean, the best way to kind of interact, because I going into it, I was kind of like, all right, I wanted to follow along and kind of build on top of what you were already kind of putting out there. But the best way to kind of interact, I saw, is like, I can't build on what I'm not familiar with. So
fair, yeah.
You know,
yeah. And you'll notice I don't build so much. I just destruct. I break your illusions every time I do them. And that's how it works. That's the process of awakening, is to break that's why it's Shiva, bro. You have to dissolve the illusions. Solve it, coagulate. You first have to solve that fucker.
Yeah.
If you haven't solved it, you're not going to get it.
Exactly. So, chat, I thank all of you for coming in, all of you guys that came in on the back end of Thorne here. There's a lot of you. Also, I just wanted to mention, got to go all the way back to the beginning here, because somebody complimented my logo, and I wanted to say thank you.
You do have good artistry on your channel, brother. I got to tell you, like, you and I are like birds of a feather in that sense, because I'm like, oh yeah, that's all the stuff I used to have going on. Beautiful.
I mean, I do all of my own stuff, so you know, I see it in my head and I do the best I can to put it together. I mean,
can you visualize, like, can you see something and like put it on this, like draw it, or is it more like you find it when you're drawing? Because I don't visualize as well as other people, which is unfortunate for me, because I love when I do, and I can't just hold an image of a picture in my head for very long.
For me, it's because of the ADHD. It's kind of like a combination of both. I can have an image in my head and I start with that, but then it becomes its own thing. Like, it has the base of where it started, but then it evolves. Yeah, it just evolves outward. Yeah. So, I cannot find the comment for the life of me. And I know that he said a bunch of stuff at the beginning.
I had to refresh the stream, and I lost all the old chat too. I was looking to see if I could find anything, but
yeah, mine's not going back that far. Like it goes up to like right around like Tree Sap came in. He did drop one other comment in here. I think it's something anyway or something like that. The name.
Oh, Be Great. Is it Be Great anyway? Yeah,
that's it. Be Great anyway.
He's a good friend of mine. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So like he complimented the artwork, so I just wanted to say thank you for that. So chat. Go ahead.
I want to compliment Eric Collins. He says, "This guy been parenting us with this doctrine for 3 hours already. Fucking don't make me get the belt and keep going with you, brother." I love that. That's a good. It's been parenting. We were talking about the parenting punishment thing. That was good.
So
all right, I'm gonna close this.
Yeah.
So get distracted.
All right. So thank you, everybody. You guys are fucking amazing. I hope to see you guys again on the show. I do Satan and Coffee Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Sundays is usually the longer episode because I call it the Black Mass. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing that this week, but might just keep it an hour.
You might need to rest that throat. Get some Chloraseptic.
Yeah, a little bit. But as always, you know, I appreciate you guys. You guys are the reason I fucking do this. The conversation, the learning, the education. It's the reason we all do this. And as always, hail thy fucking self. See you in the next one. Peace the fuck out.